Okay, it is July the 18th, 2024, and it is 6:33 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. So first thing is roll call. Terry Warner.
Here.
Matthew McGovern.
Here.
Laura Sanchez Fowler.
Here.
Mike McLeod.
Here.
And Sam Houston Clinton.
Here.
And I'm Catherine Glaze, the mayor. And if you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee in Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. And please remain standing for the invocation. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, Lord God, we just praise you and thank you for the rain. And Lord God, we do ask for more rain just to fill up those aquifers. And we do thank you for that. Lord God, we have so many important decisions to make tonight about budgets and ordinances and everything. And we just ask for your discernment and guidance in all that we talk about and decide. Lord God, we do praise you and thank you for the gift of salvation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, so we'll,
You hand me a public. Too late.
so we have a few public comments tonight. So the first one was an email and it is by Tony Smith. And he says, good morning, Mr. Flores. I would like to provide the following policy question to the Martindale Council for public comments on July 18th. On July 9, 2024, I visited the Martindale River Park. I'm 70 years old and a disabled veteran and have DV plates on my vehicle. I parked in the one handicap parking space in the parking lot of the Martindale River Park. I had a blue handicap placard hanging from my mirror and DV plates were displayed on my vehicle. When I returned to the parking lot, my vehicle was gone. I tried calling Saucedo's Towing and the call would not connect. I then tried calling Martindale Police Department and the call would not connect. Finally, I walked down to the City of Martindale office on Main Street and spoke with Police Officer Sanchez and Mr. Adrian Flores. They told me phone reception was down, and after I explained my situation, they told me there were no exceptions for disabled veterans or DV plated vehicles. Officer Sanchez was able to contact Saucedo's and confirmed my vehicle had been towed to the San Marcos facility. Further, he told me he could not provide transportation to San Marcos and suggested I contact Uber or use another transportation application. After arranging transportation and obtaining my vehicle from Saucedo's at a cost of $206.45, I returned to City Hall to review the handicap parking policy and was told there was not a policy. The only free parking available was to residents of Martindale after they had registered with City Hall. I recommend Martindale amend the current parking policy and specifically address handicap parking for disabled veterans, or at least coordinate with Saucedo's to make exception for any vehicle parked in handicap parking space and displaying handicap placard. These vehicles should not be impounded. Additionally, I also recommend additional signage be displayed addressing the handicap parking situation. As a disabled veteran on a fixed income, this $206.45 was a major impact on my budget. Should you have additional questions or concerns, please contact me at, and he gave us email address and phone number. Sincerely, Tony Smith. Okay, so that was the first one. Our second one is Mary Beth Harper.
Okay, I've got information from the library. Okay, first of all, we have a pick-me-up pantry and it's up and running. There's a wooden box in front of the library. And there's food and hygiene items available. Caldwell County Food Bank will be providing food items, and it's already been used. And the items have been replaced also. And hygiene items are going to be provided by donation. Our third annual Health and Wellness Fair is Saturday, August 10th from 9 to 1 in Cook Store. Okay, so far we have about 12 to 15 vendors. And this is paid for with the grant from the St. David's Foundation. We have Martell Yoga, Alligator Dental, Area Agency on Aging, Blue Cross, Blue Bear, anyway, a lot of those. Anyway, y'all, please come on Saturday, August 10th. And then the Fall Family Festival is October 19th from 10 to noon. We've moved the date several times because of all the other things happening in Martville in the fall. We'll have a bounce house, bubbles, fish pond, all kinds of outdoor games. And St. David's is also paying for that. Okay, our summer reading program is from Save the Children grant, a very nice grant. And the final event is Saturday, July 27th from 10 to 10:45. And there's the Tall Tales about Pecos Bill. And this is the balloon guy, balloon man comes in to do a show. He's absolutely hysterical. And whether from 10 to 10:45. Okay, this year we have 71 people signed up for summer reading. This is for kids and adults. And last year was 43 and the year before was 27. So every year we really increased. Our regular programming, okay, story time is from 11 to 12 every Thursday. And the kids read books, do activities, do arts and crafts. Okay, Friday is from 1 to 3 are movies. And this week is Despicable Me 3. Okay, from 1 to 3. Okay, Lego Club meets on the third Wednesday from 4 to 5 p.m. July 31st will be the last one for the summer. A coffee conversation is from 11 to 12 on Fridays, and that's paid for by grant from St. David's Foundation. And any book club, you can read any book, come to the book club, and that's on the first Friday from 2 to 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Alan Hofgraf.
Full spread.
Full
That's
spread.
me. Thank you. I apologize to you folks over there, but I'll try to face this way. This isn't exactly what I wrote down in my comments, but after hearing the gentleman disabled deaf comments via email, if I may, my wife has a handicap placard and is handicapped. During the 4th of July parade, it was quite confusing over here. The placard, the sign was up for handicap parking. We pulled into it. Unfortunately, the officer was there and he said, no, you can't park there today because that's where the floats are going to turn around vehicles. And I'm like, cool, thanks for telling us. And we shifted our parking place. I went to take something back during parade to the vehicle. I saw a maroon Honda SUV getting towed away in front of the handicap sign. So maybe in the next 4th of July parades, which are absolutely wonderful, cover those signs so that somebody with handicap placard doesn't, they're available for parking. So I just think if I can tag-tail on that one, that'd be great. So, okay, the reason I'm here today, I emailed as many city council persons that I could from the email listing on the website. And I believe Terry, you were missing, possibly Laura, you were missing. And I tried to contact the city clerks to say, please add them. So if you're missing my email, I apologize. And that's the main reason that I'm here today. The reason I'm here today, and also I want to thank you guys and gals so much for your service. I've been on some boards and it's a thankless job, and thank goodness for you guys. So please, please know you have my appreciation. So my name is Alan Holtzcraft. I reside over in the Falls, down at the end, downstream at the cul-de-sac, and also where I live. And what caught my eye on the agenda as I was looking through my emails was item 3.4, which you guys are having some discussion on short-term rentals and how the city ordinance is gonna end up working out, that type of thing. I understand it's the draft basis. I emailed everyone an article that I had seen by sanantonio.com about some of the stress that Fredericksburg Burning is facing in drafting things that they have in their short-term rental ordinances. Things that stood out to me in particular was the need for a local representative to respond to any complaints, be it from the neighbor or be it from the tenant of those short-term rentals. And the key about this, I think, having a local short-term, local person to address those is it avoids corporations coming in and buying 5 lots on the river and not having any presence whatsoever and everything handled electronically. And you've got upset neighbors being across the street or what have you. So please, please, please work in the local representative. Please, please, please look at Fredericksburg, look at Bernie and see what they've drafted up. They're quasi-touristy areas and we're a touristy area with the river. So with that, at that point, my final point that I'm going to make, trying to be, is say you have a party house next door. May not be a party house with every rental, but 20% of them are running as, you need that local representative to call, to come out, tell those folks to tone it down, whatever. Our law enforcement is way too busy to respond to those type of items, and it would help to have that local representative. Finally, without a strict short-term rental policy, in my opinion, I am not an attorney. I've only had one good friend who was an attorney who was very concerned about including a nuisance clause in their sale contract when they were selling a residence. So here you have it. You have a Martindale resident paying taxes, just doing their house. You have an absentee owner, buys a short-term rental, and it turns into a nuisance. That seller, whoever, for whatever reason, they decide to be Martindale, in my opinion, to avoid a lawsuit later when they sell their house, they better disclose this as short-term rental next door. And possibly weak ordinances, whatever the case may be. So this is a very, very serious matter. And I hope Martindale, take it as a serious matter and come up with strict enforcement. Finally, if the homeowner for that SRT sleeping soundly in their bed in Austin, Dallas, wherever, why shouldn't I be able to sleep soundly in my bed in Martindale or wherever? They're gone. They're out there. So that's my point. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for taking my email, and I appreciate it. Everything you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
going to excuse myself because I have a 9-week-old puppy at
Oh.
That's why my arms look like this.
Should've brought him.
I'll see what I can do. All right. But
Steve-
thank you guys.
Steve Tittle.
Come on, Bill.
Hey. Yes, sir. My name's Steve Tittle. I live in River Bend. And so I appreciate you listening to your ETJ. I'm here to talk about the Airbnbs, and I have personal experience, not only from an Airbnb being very close to my house, but also in the fire service, which was my profession for 31 years. First, Keith Smith isn't able to be here, and he wanted to speak. He had a dust up, we'll call it a dust up at over on Hawks Landing. And so there's an Airbnb over there, which is in y'all's city limits. Well, he had to call either the sheriff or the police twice one night, and having them raise all kinds of ruckus, loud music, the officers shut them down. And then basically the owner did finally have to evict them early in their stay, and in which they're cussing, they're doing wheelies in the gravel right next to his house. I mean, it was a bad event. And but he also has told me it's happened similar things have happened several times. And so basically I'm here to encourage Martindale to enact an Airbnb ordinance. But being my profession as a firefighter, it has to do with, for my thoughts, has to do with life safety. And essentially you take a primary resident, a house that's built as a house for individuals that live there full time. Now, if there's fire service here, I don't mean to rain on anybody's parade. But anyway, you take a house and you think which way the door swings. Are there smoke alarms? Are there fire extinguishers? Are there exit signs? Is the fire rated walls, 2-hour walls, similar to what it should be for a hotel? So essentially they changed the usage of a building. And it would be similar like, let's say you have a sandwich shop on the highway that's built for a sandwich shop. And then a Tractor Supply moves out and they bring fertilizers and fuels and things like that. Well, that building was never designed for that. So essentially you have homeowners changing the occupancy, and you have weekend people. They may be inebriated. There may not be any smoke alarms. There may not be any exits. They turn it into a hotel without the regulation. So I don't mean to be stammering on, but so I'd highly encourage Martindale to enact sensible ordinances similar, such as inspections, smoke detectors in every bedroom, fire extinguishers, exit signs. Now, if you were turning one of these buildings into a restaurant, you would want out swinging doors. Well, that may be a high hurdle for homeowners because, several $1,000s, but if it's a 2-story, you want secondary egress off the second floor. Then another big one is occupancy. Well, here in the state of Texas, houses are built for 2 people per bedroom. So you have some Airbnbers that are saying it'll sleep 20 people. 20 people in a house that was built for maybe a family of 6. And then it all goes back to the fire service. So let's say you have an Airbnb, an unregulated, without y'all's, I think y'all have a permitting or a sign-up sheet. So your fire service, so you have a fire there. Well, the volunteer fire department's gonna come in and they have no idea how many people are in there. Are they drunk? Where are they? Are they in the garage? Are they upstairs? The individuals may not even know because they've had a big party. Oh yeah, I think we had 8. Oh no, there's 9 people and the other one's upstairs. So as much of that as you can get ahead of, it helps when the event actually happens. And so if your fire department knows, well, these are the 20 Airbnbs, we limit it to two people per bedroom. You don't have a flop house, because that's essentially what's happened. You turn them into flop houses. This is 100-year ago stuff, and why I'm going to editorialize why the state of Texas allowed it. It's just beyond the pale. It's eviscerated building codes and fire codes, and it's left to the ETJ or the authorities having jurisdiction, the locals, to actually bring it back in. So I highly encourage y'all to have an ordinance with some teeth in it, and if you need any kind of help, just give me a call.
Okay,
So, all right, thank you.
thank you.
bet.
Malcolm Johnson?
Oh, sorry, no, you're good.
Good
Good evening.
evening.
Thanks, Mayor and City Council, for letting me put in my 2 cents worth. I've got a lot of things I can say about short-term rental, but not for other people really that road. I have an idea that I want to put out, and I'm sure a lot of people are ahead of me on this, but I have not heard it. If you want to put in a sewage treatment plant, the first thing you have to do is you have to get a permit. If you want to put in a cement plant or a gravel plant, you have to put in for a permit. Former is for a water quality permit, the latter is for an air quality permit. But suppose a municipality or an HOA or county or state, as far as that goes, required of a short-term rental that they get a permit first. Well, permits have parameters that must be fulfilled. In the case of a sewage treatment plant, they're water quality parameters. Of cement plant, they're air quality parameters. In the case of a short-term rental, they could be quality of life parameters. And in those parameters, which you can call rules and regulations, you say you sign to conform to these things, whether it's sound curfews, at night, whatever. And if you don't, we won't give you the permit. But if you do, we may permit you, or we may not, that's our decision, but if we permit you and we find you in violation, what we do is we retain the ability to fine you. And I'm not talking about a slap on the wrist fine. If somebody's got a $400 a night B&B and you fine them $40, you haven't done it. Talking about a significant fine that they've already signed, that they're going to be in compliance with these parameters in order to get their permit. Now, if the city finds them without not being in those parameters, you reserve the right to fine them $2,000 or something that you stole. It's something significant. So that's an idea that's been kicking around in my old brain for a while as a way to address short-term rentals, not just let them come in and then give them a whole bunch of room. They don't know what they are beforehand. And either saying you can have this permit or you can't. It's also a way to, I think, legally limit numbers. You know, some of them are willing to conform to these parameters and want to argue about it, so we're going to give you the permit. So that's really all I have to say, except thank y'all for letting me say it.
Thank you. Mike McLeod.
Hello, council, mayor. Kind of goes crazy on this side. But the main reason I brought this up, I have a problem with an Airbnb. I got property, Falls Martindale. Had a great neighbor. He sold it to his kids. Guess what? It's a party house. So I have experienced it. Had a beautiful piece of property, dark sky. Now I got a bunch of drunks yelling, screaming. I had a great tenant. I paid $1,200 for a background check. He was stellar. Well, guess what? Bye-bye, gone. I can't live next to a party house. So this is one reason I brought this up. I said, you know what? Again, the good old city, forget the state. Camping ban, for example. State won't do it. Guess what? City's got to do it. Forget the state of Texas. We're a city of Martindale. We're going to do the right thing. We're going to do an ordinance. Because what's going to happen in this area is just like on the Guadalupe River. We had beautiful homes on the river. Guess what? Party houses came in. Guess what? They all left. It's all party houses. And that's what's happening now. It's going to happen more so. You know, again, I have no problem with people having an Airbnb. Okay? If they didn't make money and pay their taxes, whatever, no problem. But they're infringing on their neighbors. Okay? You make all this money and then your neighbors have to suffer. And what did the neighbors get out of it? Zero. They make all the money and you have the grief. And they would talk about traffic. You got drunks flying down the road, people walking, people have dogs. You know, it was so sad. I thought, you know, can ban. We got to protect the river. I would have never thought it'd be an Airbnb. And that is the jeopardy we're having here. Just like your neighborhood, just like the Falls is going to have a problem. Spring River, all of them, because we're on the San Marcos River. And forget about the town. You think we're all protected? Oh, well, guess what? We're a little town market. Airbnbs everywhere. Hey, they all want to go to the river. Okay, here we go. Now, again, everybody has a right to develop their property, but they don't have a right to infringe on their neighbors. It's unacceptable for me. I don't know how y'all feel about this. We all pay taxes, okay? And I have no problem with Airbnbs that are family friendly. But if you start having a bunch of drunks and you put 10 per bedroom and you got a bunch of cars and you got a bunch of kids, and they're running, speeding, drunkenness, then let's talk about environmental. You got a septic tank, you got 20 people on it. Oh, that's really good. Okay, so that's the main reason I want this. And unfortunately, the state will not do it. So guess what? The cities have to do it. And I'm all for it. And I hope we do the right thing. But again, I'm not against Airbnbs. I'm against drunks. and people infringing on their neighbors. Everybody has a right. You have a family, kids come, everybody has a right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sam Clinton?
Hello, City Council, members of the public. I'm speaking to you tonight about the Smart Terminal Axis. It's a 2,000-acre industrial development that is being built around Gary Job Corps and is currently looking to build a road from 110 to 1984, right where Foster's Septic is. It's going to be a 120-foot wide road that'll run parallel to Highway 80. The Smart Terminal folks are hoping that they can annex this land into the city of San Marcos so San Marcos can maintain the road. But we've been hearing a lot about the Smart Terminal and how they have changed their plans, de-annexed or not, but the City Council of San Marcos has this on their agenda for August 5th. And also the Smart Terminal folks have bought a 75-acre piece of land also on our side of 1984 behind Ladybug Lane and Hummingbird Road or whatever that other development is there. And so they are moving closer to us. And so please try and even though this doesn't directly affect us because it's not in our city limits, but they are moving closer and closer to us. So please write your opinions to the San Marcos City Council for the August 5th City Council meeting coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comments. So we'll go into the reports and I'm going to start with the parade on July the 4th. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody who was involved and made it happen. Our police department, our constables, Gary Job Corps came out and helped provide protection for the public. We had a few gaps in the parade where some politicians stopped to politic. We'll have to make a few rules about not leaving any gaps. And when we did have one little incident where a lady got seriously hurt, and two of the Gary Job Corps cadets helped a lot. They were right there on that corner and were able to provide aid to her. So I have written a proclamation that I'm going to read, a proclamation recognizing Nicole Vasquez and Kayla Hernandez for exemplary service during the July 4th, 2024 parade in Martindale, Texas. Whereas the Gary Job Corps Corrections and Security Cadets have assisted the City of Martindale parade route with traffic and crowd control for over 10 years. And whereas the City of Martindale staff and police department have come to rely on the cadets' professionalism and dedication to their chosen career path. And whereas the safety and well-being of the parade watchers is of the utmost importance, particularly during emergencies when swift action is required to ensure that emergency services can reach those in need. And whereas when an accident was observed by two cadets, Nicole Vasquez and Kayla Hernandez, they demonstrated extraordinary commitment and bravery by responding immediately to the crisis, staying with the injured person until EMS arrived. And whereas Nicole Vasquez and Kayla Hernandez selfless actions went above and beyond the call of duty, exemplifying the spirit of community service. And whereas the City of Martindale wishes to formally acknowledge and commend Nicole Vasquez and Kayla Hernandez for their exceptional contributions during this emergency. And now, therefore, I, Catherine Glaze, Mayor of the City of Martindale, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Martindale, do hereby proclaim our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Nicole Vasquez and Kayla Hernandez and to all 9 of the Gary Job Corps cadets for their outstanding service during the parade of July 4th, 2024. So here is a proclamation. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all want y'all to speak?
Thank you.
That was a big announcement.
Thank you.
It's your chain, last chain.
And now you're welcome to stay, but if you need to leave, I understand. But if you want to see how city government works, you're welcome to stay.
Right?
I'll take it.
There is an announcement I wanted to make that wasn't on, the report. And that is there's going to be some filming done. It's for the prequel of Yellowstone. It's called 1923. And I did print out the, email. I've been, talking to Autumn Fosmo. And they're gonna be closing down the entire street. They're talking about taking off all the details off all the windows. We talked about, because I'm a little uncertain about that.
Right.
And turning it into the Wild Wild West and everything, because it's gonna be 1923
I
apparently.
think that's the show that Harrison Ford stars.
Exactly, Harrison Ford's gonna be here. So it's August 6th, which is a Tuesday, and right now we've seen them kind of around town. They've been interacting with Mari from Duets. It gives the different places where they're gonna be filming: Main Street, the exterior of Duets, the interior of Martindale Yoga Shop, and then across the street over here, they are making some kind of movie set in that building. And so I've seen them talking to Carlton and to Mari, and so if anybody wants to know more about that,
When is that gonna be?
August the 6th is the day the street is shut down. And so we will close the city office that day. And tomorrow, when the utility bills go out, we'll put something in the utility.
About how long?
Just that one day.
Is it?
And they're shooting in other places, like in Lockhart and different places, so. It'll be around. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to city administrator.
Good evening, everybody. Couple of items I want to update you guys on in terms of progress. So, we've heard some of it related tonight. City staff and council members, many of you are aware, received complaints regarding connectivity or the lack thereof in our city parks where we have a requirement for paid parking. And we knew this was a potential issue, but we were not strictly enforcing paid parking last summer. Now that we have a towing contract, it becomes more important. So we've had pretty good success in compliance. Most of the non-compliance we've seen in parking is because they wait until the towing truck shows up and then 20 people all try to pay on once when you have a very limited bandwidth in those areas.
And the app is quite large.
And the app takes a lot of data to make it work. And so that causes latency issues and frustrations. And so we knew that the connectivity on there wasn't the best, as it is in most of the city, including downtown. We've reached out to wireless providers and looked at doing repeaters and different things. The best we can get to is a public Wi-Fi, and we're developing cost estimates to have that installed. It's going to be a little bit of a project to get there, and it's likely going to have an annual cost in the thousands of dollars a year in order to offer something like that. But we're also exploring options to monetize that hotspot. So providing a free, bandwidth, low bandwidth for a limited duration so that people can pay, they can connect. But if they're going to stream music or videos or something, then they can, pay for it, or maybe we do it through a sponsorship and charge impressions for people who want to advertise on the landing page for it. So we're looking at options to monetize it, because what I hate to do is for us to sink more money into whatever solution we come up with, we want to pay for itself. And we'll talk, we'll get to more of it in the budget, but in the last 12 months, we've had over 3,000 people pay to park now. So that's generates quite a bit of revenue. It's over $30,000 over a 12-month period that we've been
So,
generating.
yeah, because about a year ago, it was right after July 4th, the time.
Yep. And so through June, during the month of July and through the month of June, July of last year, we've seen a lot of use. And so the connectivity also caused an issue with our towing enforcement team because of just different service providers and latency that they have on their enforcements. They're able to get through it right now, but a lot of the issues we have with them are reflective of people not paying until they see the big bad tow truck show up. So we're working on.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Would that Wi-Fi cover Skull Bridge? Because we voted on charging at Skull Bridge as well. So would the Wi-Fi cover that far, or would that have to be an independent type?
So
Can I address that?
our assessment on that is right now that has okay service, and it should be a need at that location. The tower reaches that one pretty well. I think what happens, and its biggest problem is down phase one, and it's down a hill a little bit. You have less line of sight. It's the furthest distance from the tower, which is located up in 142. And there's still service down there. It's just spotty, and it's not a lot of bandwidth. And so when you got crushes of people coming on, or if they're using more of a budget service, or that doesn't pay for what they used to call roaming or whatever, and go on different networks, they might have even a greater difficulty. So
And the first
I think we're going to be okay at School's Bridge, and we'll monitor it.
The first time you use it and you download the app, it's quite large. And T-Mobile is the only one that has like literally a dead zone right at that intersection. Verizon has some, AT&T has some coverage there, but if you look at the map, T-Mobile is basically non-existent there. So you got one of the three. Yeah, it's just, you got one of the three, and then that's the person trying to do it.
And then there's all the other networks or service providers that run on those networks.
Networks,
at lower
exactly.
rate,
Hey, Jared, real quick question. Approximately how much money do you think we've gotten from, say, the summer season, say May through
So
present?
this year, I have the numbers through, wait, my neck, here.
Last month was over $8,000.
Yeah, so in May and June alone, it was $14,000.
How much?
$14,000. In May and June.
So, well, when you're up, I'll ask that
And
question.
in May is when we start seeing the uptick. In April, there's obviously more use, but still at a winter lull. And last year, obviously, we're just now getting the system online, but the first full month of service was August of last year. And that generated about 5,000. I would expect that number in August to go up as we increase enforcement. And people know that.
And it'll be San Marcos takes start charge,
Yeah.
and their parks during the day. So I think we got a kind of a monopoly here with that river. So I think it's a winning business.
Well, the business is being converted back into the maintenance.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
it's trying to make our park self-sustaining. That
Exactly.
is the goal. It's not a revenue
No, it's not.
generator to pay for
It's not.
salaries.
We're basically lucky to break even. You're right.
So that was the first, the next step for us is meeting with Blue Bonnet. We've already met with Spectrum. Blue Bonnet is going to be the next one to get through. And we have a meeting with them scheduled in a week and a half. So next council, I might have another opportunity to get you some better pricing data. Mini pitch. So not a lot has happened with the mini pitch. The main takeaway is when we, after council last reviewed that project and provided the go-ahead to pursue the contract with the different parties who are funding, for ATX Foundation, being part of that, the Soccer Federation. Awesome. They came up with at least 3 issues that they wanted to see resolved before proceeding on the contract, and there are issues that is going to take the city some time to assess and figure out a resolution. So the first one had to do with a lack of crosswalk or caution signing for people who might park at that southern end of where the mini pitch would be, and then walking across the street and enjoying the cool, refreshing waters of the San Marcos River, and having a lot of foot traffic going across. And so they wanted to see that issue resolved before going into a contract, which was interesting. And then later, not later, but in the same kind of communications we've had back and forth, they want to see what sort of development plans we have for that area to build around that mini pitch. So that my interpretation of their concern is they don't want to have a mini pitch stuck in the field behind a bunch of trees. There not being any park development around, which makes sense. So that's obviously a bigger issue and not something we can pencil whip ourselves by staff. So those two combined really put a pause on our contracting activities. And then with the pending loss of Adrian and other things we're working on, deprioritize that activity. And so the takeaway is nothing's happened since we last talked.
Are they still interested?
They're still interested. The mayor was telling me, and this might be an opportunity, Catherine, for you to jump in. There's potentially an interest in next year too. And so if this year doesn't work out, they might give us some time to figure.
Yeah. That's kind of where we left it, was
Yeah.
they were willing to push it into 2025.
Because they needed it done by
Yeah.
September.
Yeah, they want to show it by the end of the season.
Because they wanted the tournament. They have a tournament at the end of September. There's no way it's gonna be built then.
Yeah.
No, it's not gonna be done.
So that's the news there. Any other questions? Okay. Personnel changes and updates. So as we discussed in last council meeting, Adrian's departing us tonight. It's his last night. He's going on to greener pasture. He's going to be the city manager up in Bartlett, for those who don't know. So we're lucky to have him and send him on his way. What we've started to do is put out hiring job announcements on our website, on PML job boards, and also on a platform that reaches to all the area universities. We've gotten some candidates that have applied. Not only we put out the position descriptions, job announcements for 3 positions. A part-time city clerk, city secretary position, a part-time assistant to the city administrator position, and a full-time city administrator position to see what kind of candidates might be interested in a potential full-time job with the city. And then as we get into the budget, we can talk about how that all works out. But the goal is to get a pool of candidates for all 3 positions and bring that back to the mayor, and depending on what shows the council, and make some decisions on our hiring path forward. Those were posted only about a week ago, so they still have to do some marinating, not a whole lot of activity on them. We've had handfuls of applicants on each. But we'll start looking at those applicants in earnest in the next week or so, and start scheduling interviews where it makes sense. And we're going to continue to accept applications on a rolling basis until the final selections are made. So if you know anybody who's interested, I know we've got some applicants from the community, definitely would be interested. If you know somebody who would be interested in those positions, to look it up on our website, and look for job announcements. You can search for it on our website page, and you'll find the complete job descriptions and instructions on how to apply, and go ahead and submit an application. That's it.
Okay. Any questions on any of that?
Have we had any interest, any viable candidates? Or since our posting?
We've had a handful of candidates for each position. Some have shown strength. I'll have a better sense of the candidate pool probably next week.
Thank you, sir.
Does Texas State know about it?
Yeah, Texas State knows about it. I even reached out to their, the director of their public affairs, program, the Master's Public Affairs Program. Put it on there, asked them to put it on their listserv. It's posted on the internal job board that Texas State uses, UTSA, Texas Lutheran, St. Mary's, St. Edwards, UT Austin. Basically, if you're in a 50-mile radius, it's on your university job board. And so, I know, and we've gotten applicants from Texas State, UTSA. I don't know if we have any from the other universities just yet, but yeah.
I'd just like to tell Adrian that we thoroughly enjoyed working with you. You're extremely reliable, obviously get along with everybody great. But I think your true talent was figuring things out on the run.
Yeah.
At a very young age.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
So, good luck to you and, keep in touch.
I talked to the city secretary at from Niederwald, and quite a few cities are all having the same problems with personnel right now, especially over in Niederwald and Uland. They're growing so much. And so we had a nice little chat about that. It was interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity in the summer months on these positions because it's the break of the school year. So
Yeah.
we're maybe a little bit late to the party, but we're still in.
Unfortunately, guys, we're right behind them. It's coming our way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's coming. You can see it coming from Lockhart and Mac.
Okay, we'll move on to 2.3, city engineer. He has an update for us on the grant for our wastewater plant.
Where would you like me to be?
Where's the best place for me to be?
That's fun.
Right here.
Yeah, right there. The camera's right up there.
Whatever.
Yeah, the camera's right up there. Smile. Yeah.
You'll advance the slide for me?
What's that?
You'll advance-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Going
yeah.
to.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Turk. I'm a principal and co-founder of Freedom Turk Engineering Group. City engineer, consultant city engineer. So, back, right around the beginning of the year, we were given an assignment to assist the city in preparing a Texas Water Development Board project information form that related to the city's wastewater system. That form basically initiates a request for some kind of funding. Jared did a great job of coming up with an idea and a concept by which the city could increase its customer base and hopefully fund a new wastewater treatment plant. So based on Jared's direction, we went down that path. And I know, Jared, you came to the council shortly after we ended our effort and gave pretty extensive briefing of what we learned. So I know there's a couple of new council people, is that right? You're new and you're new. So I'm just gonna spend a little time going over what we did So you'll understand basically the rest of the presentation. So basically, Jared's idea was to expand the system to serve another 850.
Okay, so that's an additional 850,
Yeah.
besides what we have right now.
Additional 850 connections, and these are basically currently existing in a developed neighborhood that there were 3 or 4.
Residential?
Residential, yeah. The idea was to tie it into existing infrastructure where we could to save costs. We wanted to conceive the system so that we kind of took the load off of the Crockett lift station, which is the main lift station. Everything that sewer goes there and right to the plant. And then we wanted to incorporate a water reuse system, which is a very environmentally popular thing to do. We wanted to maximize the financing from the Water Development Board and hopefully get some loan forgiveness, and then we will wrap all that up and create a PIF and submit. This drawing here is basically the initial layout of the system that we conceived based on those initial instructions. As we got into this, we realized that the cost of the idea was well beyond what the city could afford and finance. And during all that, we were adjusting and refining and dropping and changing things so we could get that cost down, but we never were able to get it down to where it was eligible. So at the end of the day, it was about a $30 million cost estimate to take advantage of the loan forgiveness. We had to get that project down to about 14 million. So it was just too costly.
That 30 million was after significant de-scoping. Initially, we're 40 plus.
That was close to 50, yes, 48, 49.
So although it was a really good idea, because of the cost, it's just not a viable approach. And unfortunately, a couple of days before the PIF was actually due, we got on a conference call and discussed it for a couple of hours, and we had to decide to basically shut things down because we made. And I wanted to come before the council because although we didn't get into the end zone, we didn't reach our goal. That effort, out of that effort came a number of good things that I want to talk to you. We learned a lot about your system and how to expand it, and I want to make sure that knowledge got conveyed to you so you know what's happening. So that's basically what the rest of the presentation is about. It's kind of engineerish. Try not to be boring, but I think it's important for you to hear. All right, next slide. So I wanted to start out with this because if you don't get anything else out of this presentation, I want you to remember this. In the last 2, 4, maybe 6 years, the legislature has taken away some powers of the city, particularly in your ETJ. And because they have done that, the leverage that the city has is now more important than it ever has been to keep people in the ETJ and keep and stimulate voluntary annexation.
So my question is, so you motivate developers to remain in ETJ. So how would we, I mean, if they're in our ETJ, we don't get property tax revenue.
Right.
So how would we, so you're saying enhance voluntary annexation to get in the city limits? Is there impact fees that we could charge? Or are you gonna get that later?
We'll get into that, but essentially, because of the powers that have been reduced, utilities have now risen to the top as your leverage with developers. It's basically your ability to negotiate. Developers come in, they look around. If they see that the city of Martindale has a sewer system that can accommodate them, they're much more likely to stay in your ETJ, and they're much more likely to voluntarily annex into your city. If you don't have sewer, that becomes much more difficult. You don't serve customers with water, so there's no leverage there. So sewer is it. Gotta figure out a way.
Do you know what San Marcos is doing? I know, we're not the only place. I mean, there's cities all over the state that are going through this problem.
Yes.
What do the other cities do since
They're using their utility systems.
like impact fees or
Yes.
what
So-
kind of enticements?
So when I say leverage, they're elevating their negotiating position when developers approach the city and they negotiate developer agreements. When impact fees are simply a means for a developer pay for their fair share of the sewer system at the time of planning. So it's a funding and a reimbursement mechanism, kind of late in the process. We're talking about leverage upfront when they first approach with developer agreements. So you would negotiate these things as you do a developer.
What is the typical impact fee of a sewer tap? Experience.
It ranges depending on where you are. City, there's lots of factors that go into it. But generally, most impact fees are in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. In places where it's difficult to build sewer infrastructure, it can be even more. So there's a range. So again, your sewer system, your water treatment plant is an incredible asset. And over time, that system needs to be invested in so that you have leverage, and that leverage equals control over, or at least more control over what happens in your ETJ and around your city. If you don't do something with this, you won't have much leverage, and things will happen around your city that you have no control over, and you'll get all the negative impacts with no ability to solve those problems. So please, this is important. Next slide. All right, this is kind of like wastewater 101. Every wastewater system has these three major components. First is an area that you serve, that you provide wastewater service to. These are your customers. Your customers have homes and they generate sewage and they go into a collection system and they go down to the wastewater treatment plant. So that's one component. Second component is your actual plant. Takes in the sewage, it treats the water, separates the solids, discharges the water, and the solids are generally hauled off to the landfill and applied or something. That's the second component. And the third component is managing the effluent. So there's water that comes out of that plant, and there's different ways to discharge it, irrigate. We'll get into that in some future slides. I just want you to understand the fundamental component. Next slide. All right. So the PIF effort, the core of that PIF effort was expansion of your service area into these neighborhoods. So we attempted to extend the service into those developed areas outside of your city limit where there was frankly questionable demand. Nobody asked the city, hey, can you bring wastewater service to us? We were just exploring that possibility. The reality is if the city goes to these residents and says, we want to serve you, they can say, we don't want it. So was there any demand? Who knows? To serve them, we would have to expand the collection system, expand the treatment plant, expand the effluent handling system, and it turned out to be really expensive. Some other challenges we face is some of those areas had private streets that we would want to use for sewer collection system. Private streets are very difficult to get easements in because there are so many landowners. Basically, everybody has to agree, or you have to go to some kind of condemnation. And that was prevalent throughout 2 or 3 of the neighborhoods. So that's a big challenge. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit later, but, we should consider pressurized sewer collection system, which is different from gravity system. I'll talk about that a little bit. So at the end of the day, this turned out to be not a viable approach because of the overall cost. However, you should be expanding service for new development, you know, as it comes. And under that scenario, you want the developer to pay for all the development related costs as you go. Impact fees is one of those components, a major component, but it's one of them. You do that through developer agreements, impact fees. The city and developers are gonna have to work together in some form or fashion to make that happen. And there's a pretty wide spectrum on what that can look like. It can be strictly the city of Martinsville goes out and does everything and they just collect their impact fees. Or there can be a very close partnership between the city and developers and they work together to get it done. There's hybrids in between. That's a question at the end of the day, it's gonna have to be answered, but that's for later on. Next slide. Obviously, when you bring on more customers, the plant's gonna have to be expanded. Right now, it's operating at about 60% of its capacity, more or less. DCS engineering firm did a memo back in 2017 that basically said, by expanding the irrigation system and using the land you have around the plant, you might be able to expand that plant capacity from 57,000 gallons to about 200,000 gallons. I put 150 in there because I'm not sure all of the land that they counted on is actually available. So I'm saying it's 150 to 200,000. That equates to about 450 to 700 homes, just depending on what we're actually able to do. It's an inexpensive approach. It's relatively easy to do, and it's a pretty good idea. We're already using some of the grant money to kind of position the plant for future expansion. We're putting in an extra pump and we're putting in some valves and what have you, so we can make better use of the header. We're clearing, so we're kind of doing that pre-expansion work using some of this grant money. There will be other expenses that have to be incurred later, but this is a very easy thing to do. And the cost compared to the benefit is huge. It's a really good idea. When we took a deeper look at this, we're thinking we may need some additional land somewhere around the plant. Because the actual area available for irrigation is a little bit limited. And in some future slides, I'll talk about the new plant and where it might go, and we're kind of slim on land.
So back to this, though, I mean, so for this type of upgrade, since we're not doing a 552.5 standards and evaporation pond system, it's not viable for recycled use.
That's correct. That'll come later. I'll talk about that on the next slide, but this plant is basically a very large septic tank. It's about as basic as it can get. It's cheap to build, it's cheap to operate, it's wonderful for what you need right now. And it works just fine in this interim upgrade step. But when development really does come, it's going to be inadequate, and you're going to need a plan. Next slide. And that's what I talked about here. Talk about the new wastewater treatment plant. You can construct it on your existing site. That purple area there is where we think the best location is. Not an ideal location for the plant, but we can make it work. We would want that plant to not only be big enough to accommodate the development, but we also want big enough to accommodate the current sewage being generated by the city and its citizens now. we're gonna wanna use elevated, 210 treatment standards. We've talked about that several times when we were negotiating with developers. The actual treatment process to make that happen, there are several different ways that wastewater can be treated. That's something that's to be determined. I'd like to see that plant designed so that it can be upgraded incrementally as development comes. Like I said, it might take some additional land, and then once that plant is operating, we can decommission those ponds and repurpose them for other uses. Next slide. Sorry, I've been blocking your way the whole time. I'm sure it says something.
So, you know, you're not gonna say this, so it said direct discharge, so what will the discharge be? What type of standard?
What we're proposing is what we call 210 permit, which is basically water reuse standards. And I know you rifled off.
Describing the different options of.
I understand.
Yeah, so
Can't help it.
the water would be clean enough to where you can water people's lawns, you can water parks, you can sell it to people who wanna water their cattle, water their crops. So it's a very high.
Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate that.
That's with the new plant though,
Yeah,
not with the
yeah.
expansion of the ponds.
Yes.
So we got that third component where we have this water coming out of this plant, we gotta get rid of it, all right? So, the cheapest thing to do is direct discharge, put it in a ditch, put it in a creek. We all know that it goes down to the San Marcos River. Nothing new in this room, but that's very unpopular. And it will, meet with environmental resistance right away.
Oh, yes, it will.
Yeah. So this is not really a good option. But I just wanted to put it up there so people know you can do this. It is legal to do this. It's in the permit way. But I don't suggest that route for this. Next slide.
I mean, isn't that legal to do if it's more than a mile from the river or something? Isn't there a distance that
Yes,
factors
there
in?
is.
Yeah, the mile from the river is not necessarily a restriction on distance, but a notification area.
Oh,
Would you have to notify all the landowners?
And it can be a lower standard.
So, land application is basically what you do now. So effluent flows into your center pond, solids settle out. The effluent, flows into the two side ponds, and, most, if not all, your effluent basically evaporates. You have at the plant the capability to irrigate, should you need it. I don't think you've irrigated in a long time, you just haven't needed to. When's the last time?
We irrigate pretty frequently.
Okay. All right, so, probably in the winter months?
Not like in the summer.
Really?
3 months out of it.
One of the difficulties we face is if we get a lot of rain,
Yeah.
you can't irrigate when the ground's already saturated.
Very weather sensitive, flow sensitive. You can stick with that strategy, requires significant land requirements. You can only apply water at certain rates depending on the vegetation, and soil, and absorption, and all those things. So you can basically take that same approach with the new plant. Next slide. What we really want to see is what we call the 210 permit, which is water reuse standards.
There you go.
You can use it in many more areas. So you're basically expanding your options of being able to waste this effluent. Now, 210 water cannot basically hit the outside air. So you have to treat it, and then you put it into a tank, you put it into pipes, and you pump it to your customers or wherever that.
Why is that?
Because once it hits air, it's no, the quality of the water degrades immediately.
Oh, okay. Exposure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, to get reused water to your user, your customer, you need a distribution system. Tanks, pumps, pipes, and what have you. So there's a cost that goes with that. And there needs to be a feasibility analysis that's done that says this is worth it or it's not.
Is there much, profit when you sell water? There's no profit.
You're essentially lowering the cost of treatment. But it does not make money.
So if you got a development and you got a golf course and you sell that water to that developer for that golf course, there's no monetary gain?
No, there's an exchange of money. But rarely does it cover your actual costs.
So you don't even break even.
But you are being environmentally sensitive. And you are lowering your costs.
Even with the cost of water these days, the expensive cost of potable water, even then, with all your infrastructure costs, it's not even a break even.
In general, yeah. Now, if you have a potential customer that for some reason, can't get a well on his property or doesn't have the yield or whatever, then perhaps, but in general, it doesn't.
Well, there's a peaker plant right up there in Maxwell. They use a lot of water for their cooling towers. San Marcos does the same thing with their generating plant. And I don't know what kind of deal San Marcos had, but I know they buy or whatever they do.
Power plants are great customers for water.
And that's only, if I'm correct here, that's probably, I would guess, from our plant as a crow's flies, 3 miles, give or take, right there in Maxwell.
They generally, have to cool their plants and sometimes they have lakes and ponds and things like that. And water reuse is perfect at it.
That's gonna be a 10 generator facility opened up in 25. And I've heard talk about in 28, a 20 generator. It's gonna be twice the size of the one in San Marcos.
The only negative, it's uphill.
It's uphill. And
We
it's-
got pumps.
Just saying. They have power.
Yep.
So, I mean, right now, they're
You
using,
know, like-
I don't want to go off subject much, but that's the reason I assume they put that 36-inch line in. And it's amazing, they got that 36-inch line in from Alliance and all of a sudden they got a power plant coming in. So they didn't have the water, now they do. That's a lot of water to waste potable water.
Well, the reuse water is gonna be cheaper than the potable water, I'm sure.
So there you go. So
Yeah, sometime in the future, when our water is available, try to negotiate a deal with them. But I'm sure they've already committed to somebody.
well, they got the pipeline. Okay, thank you.
Next slide. All right, so, I got a handful of slides here of ideas to consider. These are things that came up in the throes of doing all this work. We said, hey, the city needs to think about this, or the city needs to think about that. So I thought I'd spend a little time going over those. I mentioned earlier the pressurized sewer system. So the way a gravity sewer system works, or a normal sewer system is, effluent comes out of a home into the pipes that are in the road and flows down to the treatment plant. In Martindale, everything goes to the stations. Most of it's gravity. When we looked at all the 2 or 3 neighborhoods, because of the topography, the gravity sewer mains didn't work all that well because we had to put them in deep to get into certain areas. So there's an alternate. It's somewhat of an innovative system, but it's basically sewage from a house flows into a grinder pump, and that pumps into basically a smaller diameter PVC pipe that is a fraction of the size of gravity pipe. It's easier to install, it's cheaper to install, and it works. When we were doing the cost estimates for the gravity system, we realized that the cost was too high. We were about to jump into the pressure system to cost it out, but we stopped work. So that is something that maybe in Martindale's.
That's a few questions
sir.
on that system.
Yes.
Does it only make sense to install one of these if the topography, it naturally declines? So, or would you always put one of these, pressure sewer lines?
Typically see these where you, in the hill country where you have a lot of topography.
I see.
Your case, you have a long linear city, okay? And the west end, as it drains along Highway 80, hits these dips where the major creeks are.
Right.
Okay? And to get under those, we have to put the sewer line, 4 or 5 feet under the lowest creek elevation. So that results in some very deep excavations to get this sewer line in. So again, we're battling topography. And these are the perfect systems to put in that battle topographic product. I know that's engineers, but that's basically.
So if you had a advantage point in a desirable topographic location, you wouldn't need one of these. Okay.
We don't necessarily have that. We have topographic challenges.
Okay.
Now, the downside of the system is that every customer has to have one of those grinder pumps.
And what is the longevity of those grinder pumps?
Mine lasted 15 years,
There you go.
$1,700.
But everybody has one of these. They gotta power it, and every once in a while, they gotta clean it out. Every once in a while, they gotta swap it.
Yep.
So the maintenance of these systems is higher than.
You
normal.
say swap it.
Yes, sir.
So it's pretty much a two on five
$500. It basically costs you $100 a year.
Yeah, so you'll notice, see the public, where,
Oops.
Zoom it in.
on the right where it says public sewer?
Okay.
Yeah, that is like a 2 or 3 inch pipe.
Gotcha.
And it's, you don't have to set it to a certain grade, you just dump it in the trench and cover it up. So it's so easy to build and it's small and it's cheap.
So this thing is like basically like a macerator,
Like what?
macerator?
The grinder is basically what we have.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
Yeah,
That's what we-
grinder pump will grind up all the solids,
Okay,
towels, whatever goes in there.
Does it increase water usage to spray it out or to volume, like supply volume?
The tank fills, it's got a float. When it gets high enough, it comes from the bottom and just pushes it out. So we had it for our septic system, that was grinding all the solids to make the septic work better, if you will. And we still have ours, even though we're connected. They never took it out, you know what I mean? So we're actually pressurized. It goes all the way around the back of the house. Tom and I've already talked about how convoluted ours is, but it was a way to improve the septic system. So the previous homeowners had put it in and same concept.
I think the city of Hutto just put in a pretty substantial system, and I know Cordillera Ranch between Bulverde and Bernie, which is a very nice development. Most of their sewer is collected this way. So
There's a subdivision that went in and it's only partially developed down Northwestern Road, kind of down by Jack Mudd's house. There's about 5-7 lots. And it required them doing a miniature pressurized system to get it up over the hill, up to the other side of the street, and then dumps into a manhole and hits gravity from there. But it's a miniature little system like
yeah,
that.
that pump is basically a miniature lift station. Next slide. All right, so the next idea here is to leverage your existing wastewater treatment plant site. So you have 40 acres there. You're using some of it. Some of it's available for building a treatment plant, and that could be assigned to a developer. You could say, developer, build your plant on my property.
We've had that discussion before.
Plant's in a good location. It's not in a great location, but it's in a good one. It's good enough. So anyway, and again, more land around the plant will enhance your.
So if you're gonna build a regional plant, like a real, how many acres it's really required? If you were gonna say like San Marcos, their regional plant, how many acres required? Is 40 acres sufficient, or is that not enough?
It's sufficient for you, yes.
I mean, I'm talking about the way down the road for whenever we have all these KB homes all around, you know?
Yeah, he's talking about only using, 5 acres to build, to handle a couple thousand homes.
So
And
most of your,
we just decommission the ponds, or not, just decommission the ponds and just keep expanding over there. There's 40 acres, that's all. That's a
most
fair
of
amount
the
of land.
plant side is used for your ponds and your irrigation. Over time, you won't need to irrigate anymore because you'll be irrigating somewhere else.
Yeah, or until that happens, you use the ponds as a storage to irrigate without going to a direct discharge system.
Right.
If we have that, depending on what kind of flows.
Storage becomes very, very, very important when you operate a land application system. Because in those winter months, when evaporation is extremely low, maybe you have a big freeze for whatever reason, you get a lot of rain. Storage is your friend. All right. Another idea, we already talked about this, but the 210, I think is, a good idea. I think the 210 reuse system is a good way to convert your environmental opposition into support. Not only political support, but financial support too.
I guess it's a question for the grant writers. Is there any grants that kind of focus on reuse plants because of the environmental concerns, blah, blah, blah? I mean, especially since
Not a lot out there.
not out there, especially we're so close to the San Marcos River.
There's a lot of loan, but not a lot of grants. We did similar work for the city of Blanco and that environmental group, which was a combination of a lot of environmental groups, was willing to provide some funding to help the city get that system going.
Do you have their contact?
Protect our Blanco, just call in.
Protect our San Marcos, it all goes downstream.
It's a lot of the same folks, to be honest with you. Next one is, we thought this was kind of interesting. When you land apply, you need a lot of land. And, that's not easy to acquire, as I'm sure you guys know. But one of the conditions you can impose on a developer via a developer agreement is to say, okay, you ship all your sewage down to this plant, we'll treat it. And we're gonna ship it back to you, treat it. And then you have to use it for watering lawns, watering your parks, your open spaces, and perhaps even raw land.
Purple pipe.
Purple pipe system. And so that's forcing the developer to provide land application area. So we thought that was an interesting idea. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about, so let me preface it with that.
Okay.
But,
That's a lot of mistakes.
today at the, Texas Municipal League, new council member training thing, there were so many people talking. And one of the ideas I remember is they were suggesting that many times cities like ours that don't have a lot of options wait too late in the negotiation process to bring these issues in. They wait until the plating and whatnot, but they said we should be putting it into zoning. And so that's an idea that what you were just explaining, I could see that being used as a zoning requirement, where if you put it in up front, they know when they first look at the city, what the rules are gonna be and what the expectations are gonna be in terms of infrastructure development, and that they're okay with paying their share of it if they know up front and it's a very clear system. And that's why they were saying they can see all that up front if it's in the zoning, not in the plating.
So this requirement could be weaved into your subdivision regulations,
Mm-hmm.
which apply not only to your city, but to your ETJ.
Mm,
There's no zoning in the ETJ.
yeah, yeah,
So
Yeah.
you need something that covers your ETJ.
that's
It can be
good.
done by ordinance, or it could be done by developer agreement.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But yeah, next slide. And this is the last one. It's one that we've been thinking about. We don't have the magic answer yet. So as you know, the city of Martindale owns a lot of floodplain property. We got those through the buyouts. Perfect property for land application, except it's in the 100-year floodplain. And right now, the rules say you can't use 100-year floodplain for land irrigation connected to your wastewater treatment plant,
Even though it's to our standard.
even though it's to the higher standard.
You can dump it into a creek
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
at a lower standard,
I know, that's weird. isn't it?
right next to the thing, but
Yeah.
we can't irrigate a higher.
That's what the rules say.
Why is
Wait a
that?
minute, it's gonna take me a second to absorb.
Why is that? I got more.
I'm on your side. Look at what I said. Right for innovation.
Okay.
I think you can get environmental support and go to the water, PCQ and get some waiver and exception. And hey, look, we've got all this.
Why
land.
would they do that?
Huh?
Why would the state do?
I think it's more stigma than
Oh, before we had.
actual protection.
And don't forget the standard, they've been able to raise the
You're right,
standard
it's
significantly in the
probably
last
30
10 years.
ago.
The last 10 years, the state, now everyone thinks about, the phosphorus level, is like, oh, we couldn't do that. Now like,
Yeah.
they keep lowering it. It's like, it's no big
They
deal.
just basically want all your treatment works out of the 100-year flood. And that's why I think this idea has some merit, although I don't know how it actually. So it's something to contemplate as you move on.
Is that something that we could, pursue, waiver or exception through a collaborative study with some of the scientists at, like Texas
Absolutely.
State? Where you could say, we want a waiver in order to study what does this do to, like, what are the emissions and what is the
That
impact?
might be a good area for them.
Interesting.
You just like to smart. Right there.
Hmm?
Like to smart. It's right there.
All right, that's slide. So this next slide is what I would call a humdinger. There is a lot to do to make this happen. First of all, you're in the process of doing your comprehensive plan. And wastewater system concepts and goals and objectives and strategies are a perfect place for, perfect place to put in your comprehensive plan. So as we figure all this out, we need to weave it into your comprehensive plan. How you treat wastewater also impacts other development goals and other updates and what have you. So this should be a significant topic of discussion with regards to the comprehensive plan. Second of all, you're going to need a master wastewater plan. We did some initial work. We think we did some really good work, but it was seat of the pants. And it's not going to carry the credibility that needs when you go to the Water Development Board and ask for a whole lot.
There's grants for that?
I actually
They do
think there
have
is.
programs for planning.
There is. And we don't have all the expertise to do that, so I think you should go out for an RFQ and hire a firm that is good at this. So that they can help you through a lot of decisions that have to be made. I'd like to see you establish a wastewater CCM, Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. What that does, it says, this is Martindale's territory for providing wastewater service. Kind of gives you the first right of refusal when somebody wants to get service in that particular area. If anybody else wants to provide service in that area, they would basically have to petition and fight you for it. But right now, your ETJ is pretty much the wild, wild west. And
Unfortunately.
and there are other people who are in the wastewater business who might eye that area and say, well, I want it. They could submit to the Public Utility Commission and come up with a plan and see where we get it. So I think you ought to do that. The next item here is working closely with the Water Development Board. The Water Development Board is basically a clearinghouse for all state, federal funding when it comes to wastewater systems. It's a big bank. Okay, so when you come to the Water Development Board, just like any other one, you gotta have your act together. You gotta show that you've done your plan, you know what you wanna do, you've got an idea of how much it costs, you know what the effort is, you have the financial stability to do it. So I kind of have that down the list a little bit, although I think you already have started talking to them, but there's a point where it gets pretty critical to talk to them. They know better than anybody else all of the funding streams that might be available to you. They can advise you as to what program and what to do for this and that.
Grants.
There are grants.
We don't have the money. Yeah, that little town doesn't have the money. Millions of dollars. I mean,
In the course of all this, you need a financial advisor. This is huge financial undertaking. You've got to bring somebody on board that understands your finances and what you can and can't do. That's really important. You're gonna have to have one if you ever go down the road of actually borrowing money with the Water Development Board, that would require you to have one. The next thing here is to develop some kind of developer agreement strategy. Make a list of things that are important to you when you start talking to individual developers about their developments. At some point in time, you're gonna have to update your subdivision regulations to coincide and sync with your goals and what you want to do with the wastewater system. And then the last thing here is your wastewater impact fee. Hugely important. Absolutely, you have to do that. But you pretty much gotta go through those steps first before you can go to it. I know that's a lot. I know that there's like a long list of things to do, and it is. And some of those are difficult. It's gonna take years, frankly. But I would like you to see, I'd like to see you guys start down that road. And I think that starts with the comp plan.
At what point in this process do we have to develop at least a notional design of a treatment plant and system? Is it at the CCN stage as in our planning process?
Yes.
Yeah, so when the wastewater master plan is done, they'll have a conceptual plan, a layout, along with the treatment plant process.
David.
And frankly, when the Water Development Board sees that you've got a wastewater master plan, that's a good thing. They'll like that. You can't get a CCN without it, because you have to prove to the Utility Commission how you're going to actually provide service. You've got to have a plan. Doesn't have to be designed and all that, but you have to have. And
So as of now, I think I read something in the local paper about our improvements we're gonna make to the Crockett lift station. I think it was 50,000 and we're contributing 1,000. So for now, that's basically all we can do financially is to, I think we're fixing the lift station. What are we doing? Just
with regards to the grant, we're replacing the generator. We're replacing the automatic transfer switch, and we're installing some new surge protection. And we're going to do some paving, so Pete can get his trucks in, and then he can turn around in the side and then go back out. Right now, he has to go in and then back all the way down the road.
okay.
Not a pleasant thing to do. I've done it. So that's the grant related improvements. I think, Pete, you have some plans to do some other upgrades. I'm sure you've shared that with the council.
Okay, thank you.
That's what's we're gonna.
Any
Okay.
other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kirk.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Not a great subject, but.
Get us some money, could eat some money. Money.
All right. It was good seeing you all.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care. Adrian, man, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for city accountant.
Oh, man. And the only thing that's more boring than an engineer. Oh, Thrasher. Oh, man.
Fine committee.
All right, so these are,
Can we get them?
how about our cash balance?
Yeah. What's a item on there? What is it?
Bank balances, I think, there you go.
I don't know how that sequence got put around, but.
So, here are our bank statement balances as of July 15th. That was Monday. You see the general fund was at about $53,000. You see the other smaller designated accounts there. Utility fund was pretty high at about 49,000. There was a big utility check that hadn't cleared yet. A deposit fund is pretty static. Community development fund had some money in it that has since been sent to Mr. Turk's firm. So total at First Lockhart Bank is $162,000. That's where all those accounts reside. Then the emergency fund has $255,000. That increases monthly with interest. And then you get into the Public Fund Investment Act account. And that one, you see, it's got various designations there. You see the Park Mobile, we talked about that earlier. I just put another $8,000 in that account this morning. I get a question about that. So you put those in today, so July, for last month's. Yes, the Revenue. money. It's always the month, it's always.
Oh,
Yeah, we got the money on about the 10th and for June. So this money is through, the money that we're seeing on this report is actual activity
That's
through
May.
May.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as of now, we've got another $8,000.
Is that just that account is through May or all of these numbers are through May?
Well,
I think it's safe to say all of these numbers are through May. Because these are physical
deposit
account balances.
Mhm.
So you see that PFIA account has $539,000 in it. There's $98,000 designated for long-term capital. You see our total cash is $1,056,000 as of Monday. So the cash continues to be over $1 million now. Property tax revenues are all but collected. So it'll start burning down a little bit as we get to November and December when the property tax money comes back in. And that's what that general fund overflow, that 153, that's what carries us through the rest of the year.
So, oh, go ahead.
The grant funds, the 227, does that have to be spent by the end of the year? Or are we already taking care of all that? We've moved all that money out, right?
That's something that we're gonna be looking into.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question touches upon the state and local recovery funds that came out of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. Passed as a part of the COVID relief measure. We got notified in the last 30 days or so that a new interim rule was adopted by the agency affecting how we count obligations. And when we were making some decisions before about how we're counting obligations, it changed that feature. And we have until December to properly account for obligations. Obligations meaning, prior to the money being spent in an outlay, like a check being written, it's a contract obligation to pay, a contractual obligation to pay. And so
Wait, what do you
all the funding has to be encumbered by a certain date. What the city had done prior to that interim rule being published, which we're making that decision right about the same time it went out, and I think it just
Yeah.
missed. They're requiring all of those funds to have been obligated onto contracts of specific forms, if not already expended. And so one of the things we're going to be doing is looking at ways to demonstrate obligations when we don't have a very sophisticated accounting mechanism that accounts for project-based source of funds. So in a more complex accounting system, you can track it by project codes or different things like this. We haven't used project codes for funding where we use it. We're going to have to do some reverse engineering to account for contracts that we've already had and have spent, or contracts in place that are considered obligated for that we can use for reporting purposes. The question comes is, how can we create those journal entries in prior fiscal years where we've already completed the audits and things, and we start doing cross fiscal year entries? It's going to get a little weird, but we're going to try to make it work. And then that's
Creatively trying to make sure we're in compliance with this thing and make that money
make the money.
be used.
It already sounds totally.
I know what he's doing.
So here.
It's not fun to go back and do
Here's
journals from the previous year.
the difficulty. So Lockhart Street repavement project was a $90,000 project that we contracted for, paid for, and over expense. When we did that, we used our long-term capital improvement fund. Although that was at least at the time, it probably still is, but we're 6 months away from the period closing out, and they're still putting out interim rules. So God help us all. But, and they're requiring the same requirements they would use for a federal agency of tens of thousands of employees on an agency of a city the size of what you see in this room. So, anyways. What the problem is, we have to go back and say, all right, that money we spent in fiscal year 22, that came out of this account. The proper accounting for that is actually the state and local recovery funds, the ARPA funds were used to pay for that. And we transfer money into our long-term capital fund to reimburse that fund when we had to outlay for the street repayment. We got to back that all the way back out and say, all right, in our reports, they wanted, which is new, a detailed accounting. Well, I basically contract level accounting. And so things like our laptop computer purchasing, our IT upgrades, our clerk books, all these things that cars, all these things we're going to have to bundle up and report on. The rule prior to that was you had kind of like your personal taxes, a standard deduction. They created a standard deduction, whereas revenue replacement, if you would receive less than $10 million.
We just move it.
So what the interim rule says, well, even if you are underneath that standard deduction limit, for lack of a better term, you still have to account for it the same way that everybody else does, which goes against completely what the purpose of the standard deduction was. And so I think some of this is a reflection of administration changes. I'm sure it's going to get fought around in courts and all these things. I think we're not subject to a audit on this program because we're under the standard deduction amount. We need to make a good faith effort in compliance and move on. So that's something that Dwayne and I are going to be looking to closely. So when it gets to where are the funds, where are they at? One of the things, we had these funds going in different places. asked Dwayne to make sure they go into the different accounts. As right at the same time, we got this new accounting software, which stuff we'll get into as we get into the budget, where the accounting software doesn't make all much sense to me and the way they do the chart of accounts. How they do inter-fund transfers, let alone inter-year transfers, they're on different accounting systems from this year to that year. It's a mess, which might be to our benefit in terms of our reporting compliance requirements. But it's going to take some time to make sure we're in a good place.
Definitely don't get us in trouble.
No.
We don't need that.
No, and they're putting everybody in a space of being in trouble by saying, oh, less than $10 million is revenue replacement, you're fine. And then 6 months before the date that they're requiring all the money to be obligated, say, here's a new rule,
Allocate the money.
Yeah.
adjust to it. So, or a reinterpretation of a rule that had something to the effect of this, so.
All right, well, I'm done going down the rabbit hole.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
I mean, there's more. There'll be another one, but for right now, that one I'm good. I make no promises going.
So our exposure is they could take that money back if we don't properly account for it.
That's,
Oh,
That's
no.
concerned.
that's the risk.
Oh, man.
That's
But-
now you know why I'm bringing it up.
If they can figure it out in our books today, God bless them, because it's hard enough for you or I. So,
The last thing I forgot to mention, our due to the comptroller is $265,870 now.
We don't want that to happen. Yes.
Numbers are kind of similar. Huh?
that
Oh,
amount,
just a
real
little.
quick, that amount does not include the recent
You're right.
change of where we're paying $2,000 a month.
Sales tax.
Yeah,
That's
that's like $50-something thousand.
That's separate.
That's probably gonna get rolled into that at the end of the accounting year or something, I would think.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But you would still want to account for
We
it.
can't get ahead.
Yeah, we'll want, that sort of thing is been an interest item for previous councils. That's why it's on there. If council has an interest in maintaining awareness of that other buy down deficit. What I'm referring to and what we're having a discussion about is a business entity in our city limits petition to the state comptroller, say, no, we are not actually in Martindale's city limits. We are in a different jurisdiction, and that taxing jurisdictional change was reviewed by the comptroller in a slapdash fashion. And they made an assessment and said, okay, well, city, you have been overpaid these sales tax amounts, and we can go back so many years and, from that point forward, the sales tax jurisdiction has changed. So that equated to about two years of calendar time. It's about $50,000 in sales tax revenue that this business had generated. And the city has elected to pay that off slowly over the course of just 20.
It's a couple of $1,000s a month right now.
2,100.
And are they charging us interest on that?
No.
Oh, they're giving us
No,
a break.
city council's interested in learning more about that. It may be best to do that in the executive session under, to get legal advice from our attorney. Because that's something that could be considered.
What?
Taking a legal action on that issue is something that could be considered.
Would like to address that sometime in the future.
Here we go again.
Okay, the next one should be the general fund budget report is the first one. That's not important. That's special revenue. Go back up and look for general fund, utility fund.
It was in front. It was in front.
Was it the first one?
Yeah.
I got off. No, I might
I
not.
thought it was. Or no, wait a minute.
It's not.
It's out of order.
guess I could just do them in the order they are. I'm just used to doing.
There it is.
Yeah, that's,
No, it's not. There it is, top of this page.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
so you see there. This is gonna be a report for year to date through June. So this is 3/4 of the fiscal year reported at this point. You see the property taxes that have been collected. $474,000. Licenses.
No, that's including multiple sources.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are so many more lines to these reports than I have up here that I try to collapse them if it doesn't make sense to have. It makes them so long. So you see the other sources of revenue there. Down through there.
Yeah, taxes, you're including sales tax in there. Right,
Which one?
at 4,000,
Yeah,
that includes.
yeah, that's the sales tax we just talked about.
And which is what's down, but the property taxes,
It's also down, I
It-
think.
we didn't get 100%, did we?
We're at 97%. It looks like I've got the details right here.
It trickles in over time.
There's always a few, yeah.
Explain the miscellaneous revenues, court fines and fees. Is there?
Which line is that?
4,600 or 4,700.
So this is one of the areas that we're having some difficulty in county.
Where is the judge?
Oh.
I have to say for the last 6 months, where is the judge?
And you knew it was a
I
segment.
mean, we never have a report from the judge. I've been saying this for 6 months. I gotta say it again. I mean,
I think Mary was saying it before you were saying.
oh yeah, it's been going on.
We have a judge.
Oh, we do have, where is the judge?
Is he on Zoom?
Yeah, what?
He died.
When's Adrian, one more time, you'll never hear me again.
Oh, no. Whoa. Get the camera.
Report from the judge.
That's not on top of my memory right now.
Oh, come on, give me a date. 6 months?
It's been months, you know that, so why do you have to put him on the spot and ask him that when we know it's been months and months and nothing's been.
For the sake of public record.
The videos are,
Last time.
Would you please let me talk, sir?
there's a video record of each council meeting on our YouTube page.
Or the agenda packet as well.
Because it needs to be on the record.
Nothing's been.
I'm an elected official and I want our citizens to
You've
know
been
what's going on.
asking and asking
Hey,
and
let me
nothing's
talk,
been done.
let me talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we back? Go on down further. Hopefully we'll see a total revenues here in a minute. Yeah. $576,335, 83.5% of the budgeted revenues have come in through 75% of the year. Then you see various expenses. These are, see where it says governmental activities, that's administration and finance. You're going to start seeing much more detailed budgets now that break down administration from police, from utilities, et cetera. So this is just the administrative section here.
Is this for vehicles only?
No, it's not, because vehicles are in the police section.
Okay.
So,
That's gonna be maintenance and repairs, like mowing vacant lots, stuff like that, that falls under this because it's not parks. Things like that. Various other line items you see down through there. Then you see the public safety section comes next. And what's being spent there. And you see the budget columns are wonky because we didn't start the year with the budgets allocated this way. In the coming year, it's gonna be much tighter to be able to compare these to budget. Going down through, you see $4,000 of road expense that's actually on the budget instead of in the special revenue fund. The rest of it's been covered by the sales tax money. various engineering fees. Then you see, culture and recreation includes the library and the parks. You see
Yeah, we
that?
got culture.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
recreation.
down through there. Business type activities.
This is the contract with AJ's Lawn Care, right? For the parks.
Yeah,
Under
currently,
parks.
but this is a year to date, so it was even before them. So there's your total governmental activities, and then you get into business type activities, which some of us know as enterprise, which would be, in our case, wastewater.
Can I ask you about parks other? It said 0 for that month's. And then it's 20,000 and 20,000.
But it looks like the whole budget is on that line item and not in the others above it.
There's
You
some,
see.
there's some charting issues with the
Yeah.
conversion.
Oh,
So
We used to not break it down as detailed as the system now does. So the budget is, one number and the expenses are a little more detailed. I guess that's one of those ones I could have collapsed, and not shown as many line items. And it would have caused fewer questions.
where are you putting AJ's? Is that gonna be contractual services?
I'd have to look to make sure exactly.
That number makes sense to me of about 2 months.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then here's business type. These are expenses related to the utilities. And that's the general fund. The next one would be the utility fund. See, franchise fees, that's the little percentage that is added to the wastewater, the garbage. You see the revenues from wastewater, solid waste, late fees, et cetera. Credit card fees. So you see 249,000, roughly 252. Some mis. Down there. Interesting. I'll have to look at why some governmental expenses are in the utility fund. See a little $243 number there. Okay, up and down. You're going. So those were administrative expenses, and now you get into the actual maintenance of the system. And then the utilities there, that's caused some questions. That's what we have to pay Blue Bonnet to power the treatment plant, the lift stations. It's not our utilities, but from outside. And you see the biggest expense is the contract with Texas Disposal, 133,000 here today. That's that one. Special revenue. So you see hotel, municipal sales tax, LEOS funds, which are law enforcement training. And
So, in the column on the right hand, where it says, over budget and percent of budget, that's the percent of that annual budget for
yeah,
now.
that's right. So, as I said earlier, we're 75% through the year when you look at those percentages over there. Okay. You can go on down. We haven't spent just a whole lot of money in special revenue funds.
No.
Probably gonna be mostly income. You see, we spent some money on streets. Monies for costs in the court.
And why haven't?
Why haven't we? Well, see, these funds are designated and, as I understand, can only be spent by action from council. So,
So
you
like,
know, somebody would have to say, I want to spend $10,000 of the hotel tax money for this, or
that's
that's,
the guys creating the.
yeah.
That'll be the big one.
Okay.
That'd be active.
And I guess the only other thing is the community development fund, and that's the grants. The money pretty much just
In and out.
comes in and goes out for the grants. And if you go back up, you just passed it. Go down to the bottom. Yeah, so you're back in general fund. But somehow you jumped up past it.
In general fund or what line? Special revenue?
Well, look at the heading. Does it say special revenue?
Business of general.
You want to go special revenue, right?
Yeah, we were in special revenue.
One more up. Yeah, there.
Yeah,
Ending of it?
1,000. I was looking for community development.
I don't think it's on there.
Yeah, I don't see it. Oh. Well, I was just gonna point out, I think it's got a bottom line of $22,000 right now because that money hadn't been expended at this point. So, that's a report. And,
So can you tell me, because I know that you're very highly qualified person.
I don't know about that.
No, that's what our auditor said. So, what I was wondering is, what are your major takeaways? Like, you're a number person that does this all the time. Like, what are your?
Well, my major takeaways are that the cash balance of the city is staying strong. It's above $1 million. We're collecting all of our taxes. And, you know,
When you say all of our taxes, what do you mean?
well, I said we've collected 97% of our property taxes,
Mostly property.
property taxes. And, you know, I don't know, all the accounts are, you know, tightly reconciled every month and audited every year. So
Keep up the good work.
So once we get the budget and this working together better, well, these reports are gonna make a lot more sense when you compare actual to budget. In the new fiscal year. And Jared's budget this year is significantly more pages than it has been in the past to accommodate for governmental accounting standards. So that's what I would take.
So is there any more questions about the budget? Okay, I wanted to point out that Dwayne finished this course for the Certified Government Finance Officer.
Take about I don't know, about a 3-hour test.
Oh my
Back
gosh.
in June, and I passed 3 out of 4 sections. I didn't take the 4th section because it was on debt, and we don't have debt, so I didn't think the city ought to pay for me to do that one. So, but by passing 3 out of 4, well, I got that credential. So, which I guess is the highest thing that you can get in my field in this arena. I guess you could
Awesome.
say.
Thanks for going for that. Yeah, thank you for doing that. Okay, we are going to move on to wastewater.
More exciting. The more
It's so
exciting
nice
thing.
to
We're
be
going to
wastewater.
We're moving
It's
up.
going downhill,
We're
isn't it?
moving up.
Isn't that how the
Downhill.
joke goes?
I think we're missing one page
Yeah.
on our things here. No issues, no issues, no issues. I like that.
So far. Okay, drive.
Yes. Things are clicking along pretty good.
In June, yeah, we had a pretty good month. We had no problems with other stations.
When's the last time that happened? Fair enough.
And we started irrigating again, kind of slow, because we still have some wet areas.
And the grass needs cutting.
About stinks.
Yeah, it does, because when the water hits the grass, it doesn't take into the ground.
How's the snake population out there? I heard there's lots of snakes.
We haven't seen that many, really.
So Pete, we did put out, what do you call it,
RFP. That's for
RFP,
proposals.
and we didn't even get one answer.
Really?
And that was like a month ago, looking for someone to cut the grass. So now we're gonna have to do it by word of mouth, I guess. So if you have
Yeah,
anybody,
they're hard to find, but people do that.
yeah.
But I'll ask around. and see what we are.
Hey,
And
Mike
the
Owens.
chief had somebody in mind too.
Mike Owens, baby.
And I need to call Mike Cole.
Yeah, you might have to reach out. He did a good job.
Yeah, yeah. He's an old time.
Yeah.
Family in.
Yeah. And we, like I said, we started irrigating in June 30th. And we pumped like 15,000 gallons, it's kind of slow. Like I said, the ground is still kind of wet and we want that, so not all our crop. And we read the monthly samples and check the pH daily from ponds, and they all look pretty good.
Is that acid working pretty good, that sludge?
Yeah, I ran out, in fact, I ran out of that stuff, and I don't know if y'all want to proceed that again.
Is it, in your professional opinion, was it worth the expense? Do you think, is it real noticeable?
To a point it is, but it's not really the solution for it.
Dredging it.
Yeah.
And that's what our engineer said too.
Yeah, that's what, like Turk was saying, stuff a while ago, you gotta, maybe if they ever expand that plan, implements, they gotta start your removal process.
I think we talked about that before, it's like easily good every 10 years, and it's like, it's been, the plant's 40 years old.
Yeah, it is. It's still doing its job.
Pete, you guys were gonna get a quote to do the sewer lines, do the,
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that. This is different from the big side. Also clean the leach field. That really, about the efficiency of those things.
yeah, and then we got that money for the grant, so that, it needs to be spent.
Yes.
And, we recorded all our readings, calculated the flows, influent flows, and, we checked all the components of the breaker box. We had like 2 feet of freeboard in June, and we started, they came up a little bit, then it went back down. We started, then, been hot, a little bit of evaporation. Take advantage of that. We, gonna go through how much we pumped to the wastewater plant. In June, we pumped, I think it was 1,235,025 gallons. We averaged about 44,108 gallons a month. It's come up a little bit. I think we're averaging about 35.
Any problems with the apartment?
No,
Isn't it?
it's been pretty quiet.
It's raining,
Good.
you get water in.
I guess hand walking those letters over probably helped.
Yeah, I think it did. It's a big plus.
Think it helped? Good.
I think educational wise it did. A lot of people don't know. And, we averaged about 44,108 gallons, but then we maxed out, 213,525 gallons. And
What rainstorm was that?
well, I said it picked it up from Friday to the weekend. We don't check it on the weekend, so it,
Oh, okay.
and then, that would have been a fixed.
Right.
You're right. But also, minimum flow is 9,900 gallons. And like I said, we pumped 15,200 gallons of effluent. We finally put that sprinkler that Mary bought. It was like a puzzle, I think. We got it together. And it's working. I mean, it's just, it's doing pretty good. Do you have any questions for me? Or?
I had one. I know that collapsed sewer line on Southeast Road has been water has been infiltrating in that collapsed sewer line. Is there, I mean, if the powers that be say it's fine to maybe get an estimate of what it would be to fix that line? mean,
I did address that with the homeowner. Those side roads are private roads. The city is not responsible for fixing that.
Oh, I thought I thought the sewer line on Southeast Road itself was collapsed and damaged.
It's just the road that goes, West Ridge is the city road. The side roads are private roads. And
Well,
so
I'm talking about Southeast River Road off of 1979. I'm not talking about West Ridge. I'm
Oh,
talking
okay,
about
I'm sorry.
Southeast Road.
Or that Micah owns it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a collapse line there. And we do have the potentiality of some developments being past Bella Vista. And that would be something that would enhance development on that side of town if we had a viable sewer line.
Bill Vista doesn't sewer out there, do they?
no,
No,
they're
but,
not in the city. limits.
but there's potentiality for development there.
Well, the only thing you can do is just clean the sewer lines and bring it back up to standard. It's been hit by a lot of floods.
I'd like to see that done.
If there's, if I could, if there's no customers there, why don't we just cap that line?
Yeah,
Just cap the
we
line.
just need to cap it is all we need to do.
That's a infiltration location and there's nothing, there was no customers down there. There's a station there, right? You just cap it right there.
There's no, at the lift station, at the parking lift station, you can plug it. And that's what I did the other day when I thought that hurricane was coming this way.
Well, there are some larger land owners there that their properties have just been assessed at $750,000. And if their land is assessed at that amount, it's gonna be hard to try and reach that potentiality of development there if there's no sewer line there. So I think that is something that goes hand in hand with potential development and the aspects of having the city providing a utility within the city limits.
Why
of
would we put
Martindale.
a sewer line with, they're not in our city limits? There's no incentive for us to do that.
The sewer line is fine. In fact, it works too well.
Oh, yeah.
It infiltrates stormwater.
Yeah,
Stormwater
It's the
gets
stormwater.
conveyed, stormwater infiltrates through the system. Through open,
I think what
pipes where homes used to be and other
It was not a
things. And it is efficiently conveyed through our existing pipes to our lift station.
Yeah, the
And
problem-
so there's
is
nothing
that-
wrong with the pipe. If we want to get into a discussion about hypotheticals about development down Southeastern Road, it comes into capacity issues of whether the pipe's big enough, is the treatment plant, or the lift station big enough to handle it, and what's the scope. To know that there's some developers way down Southeastern Road are talking thousands of units of housing units. It's not, that would never go
Yeah.
that high.
I think what happened there.
So if it's like a onesies and twosies, a small development, 20 homes or something, yeah, it's probably something that we go.
What happened there with that area up there is when we had the last flood, they were demolishing all the houses and all that, they broke all the lateral lines. That's where we're getting all the fish that.
Yeah.
That needs to be addressed first before.
But if there's no customers along that line, then we just cap the line.
Yeah.
There's nobody on that.
Then what do we have, what is our process to cap the
So
line?
we've looked at it for, prior mayor administrations. Looked at some of the options, permanently or temporarily damming it up. And there was some concern about what you do with it after it's been dammed. And does it become a permanent thing or not? So, we never got past that. There's different options where we could cut the line off. And just abandon it in place kind of thing. Or we can do what he's done a couple of times, how he just did it recently. where Put a big balloon in it. To stop water from coming in, and so.
I'm only mentioning that because a landowner that owns land there had their land recently appraised at $750,000. And if they cannot hook up to a sewer line in order to perhaps have development into the future, then that is a problem because it's within the city limits. And if the land is appraised at that high of a value, how can that be pertinent if there's no sewer line there? That's
Why
all
would
I'm
do
saying.
that? That's up to the, that's up to the real estate
Hypothetical
person. That doesn't really have any impact on the city.
Oh, there you say it's your land.
I'm
Okay,
saying,
now you just said it's your land.
I'm talking potentially about
Okay, it's your
that.
land.
Yes.
Okay, state.
Any customer, whether they're on council or not, can come talk to the city, send me an email. And we can, work with Pete and our engineer to figure out what it would take for them to get sewer service. Anytime you're connecting to sewer service, the property owner is the one who's paying for it, and it just becomes an assessment of whether that's something to pay for. Now, that's to connect to our main lines, right? Or to extend the main lines. If there's a damaged portion of our line, that's something that would be a city responsibility, but it's gonna be a fact-based, case-by-case assessment when we have individual property owners who might want to connect.
To do that, we probably have to do an assessment, like he said, sewer line, because, after those floods, we never did do, any assessments. We don't know the conditions of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Pete, for coming in and doing your.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
your
you so
professional-
much.
Thank you. so
I know you're tired after all
That's
the
all
day.
right. I heard a lot about wastewater.
So is Tommy,
Come on, chief.
Thank you all.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Pete. Have a good one.
Hello, Chief Ward.
And chief, again, I have to praise anybody that comes in with a professional report. I appreciate it. Everyone doing a report here. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Well,
So I'll start off with our citations and whatnot. I'll start off with patrol activities, so he has up, so. Patrol activities, this is for June. We had 4 animal calls, 10 city ordinance contacts. This is, from the patrol side, not from the code enforcement side. We had 58 parks checks, and some of those parks checks gets counted as one, but are about 7 or 8 hours long. Because they're sitting there at the park the entire time.
Why?
Why?
Like, why would it, what would you be investigating that would be like 7 or 8 hours
I'm
long?
not investigating anything, sitting there and, telling the rules,
Oh,
going over stuff with
gotcha.
them. and
Like
everything else.
different people,
Different
just all
people,
for a long
So,
time?
I've been going over there on Saturdays and Sundays and just sitting there.
No.
So leaving the patrol guys to lead the patrols.
Gotcha.
But I mean, you just don't sit there. I mean, you
I'll
walk
bounce.
around.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're not just sitting there.
Yeah, no, I walk around, I'll communicate with the people, tell them the rules, make sure that, I don't know how many verbal warnings they give.
Mhm.
But I don't document all those, because it'd be too time consuming. But just let everybody know the rules and go through there and talk to everybody and communicate with everybody, hey, these are what's going on.
Mhm.
And I bounce from all 3, so I count that one time is all 3. I go to Skull, I go to, Allen Bates, phase 1, so. 27 motorist assisted public contacts, 17 traffic hazard, traffic control, that's traffic directing, doing things like that. 47 calls for service, pretty busy month. So far, it's been busier than that in July so far. 2 crash reports, 1 offense report, and 4 incident reports.
What's an offense report?
And offense is an actual reportable offense or crime.
Oh,
I know you may not be able to speak about this, about what happened in Skyview.
What happens, like,
There was a
that's insane.
fire. A fire or a homicide or something happened there.
So, I'll talk a little bit about it now. It's still under investigation.
Yes, that's why I wanted to clear it first.
Yes, it's still under investigation. We're not releasing a lot of stuff, still communicating with the family. We did have a fire there and there was a death, at that location. And so that's what we're still working on. I called in the state fire marshal's office to look at the cause of origin of the fire. Called in the Texas Rangers to assist in the equivocal death investigation. And been using the DPS crime lab. Used Hayes County Sheriff's Office to help us out. Hayes County Fire Marshal's Office helped us out. So just got a lot of experts in and looking at everything before we can finish it up.
And then this would probably be a nuisance, but I was coming back to Martindale the other day and there was a woman walking in the middle of the road on Highway 80 with a long stick. And the police were like behind her, keeping a distance, but she was just walking straight down the middle of the highway. Yeah, yeah. And the police car was behind her and they were just letting her walk down the road like a. This may have been a couple of days ago. I think it was day before yesterday. I didn't know if you heard about that or whatever.
No, that would be, I mean, if it's someone in a mental crisis or something like that, you just try to protect them the best you can until you can get to a point where you can engage with them. If they're in the middle of the street, you don't want to stop and try to get out and engage with them right there unless it becomes hazardous to, they don't get run over or something. So it's the best way to just protect them and keep walking and keep moving until you get to a safe place and deal with them. Then you'll get some kind of mental crisis. I didn't ask you guys what happened then.
Is there anything you want to report to us about Park Mobile and being in the parks and how people have been having problems with that? Because you and I spoke about that and that led to further discussions within the city. And so if you have anything to report about that?
So while I followed them trying to get get service over there, better service, everyone that I've dealt with, Jared was right whenever he said, what happens is the wrecker shows up and, or the tow truck, whatever you want to call it. When they show up, everybody just runs up there and starts scanning stuff in. I walk by, I tell everybody, make sure you pay, make sure you pay for hours. Make sure you pay. Even if I go back and talk to them a second, third, fourth time, whatever. I tell them, make sure you pay, right? I've had people tell me they're not gonna pay. They'll gamble when the truck comes there or whatever. I've had people tell me, hey, I don't have service. You want help with your service? I will help you. I got a hotspot. I got my phone. You can do this. You can go to that. I tell everyone, you can come down here by the library. The library's got free Wi-Fi out. So you will still see it when the wrecker shows up. People run up there and they'll hook onto one and everybody's trying to pay and it bogs down the service. Then no one can get service at that point in time. So they're wondering why there 2 or 3 are getting hooked up. They haven't really towed that many. I want to say, I bet less than 10.
10 over.
Since we started.
Oh, that's all?
I wanted to say something on the 4th of July that gentleman mentioned. We tried for over an hour, didn't we, to try and find the owner of that car. And I mean, I don't know, it's like they must have parked and just disappeared. We had the announcer announcing it for an hour. I went and knocked on Maury's door, trying to make sure if it wasn't one of his customers. I mean, we were everywhere trying to find who that car. Finally, at 9:30, we did have it towed because it was a very large vehicle and it was kind of poking out.
Illegally parked. It was parked in the roadway. It was parked in Gonzales Street. We tried to I had him announce it probably 15, 20 times that there's a vehicle parked in the road. We didn't want to tow it, but it was parked in Gonzales Street. It was blocking the parade route. So we made the decision to tow it.
But the concern is for the customer is that there's a handicap sign there right on the Gonzales.
But it's further forward.
Yeah, it is.
It's further forward and this car was parked further back. I got pictures of it.
No, I know you, I went over there when you said it. I walked over there. It was.
I did have an observation about that sign. It does need to be somehow made more clear, because I know my mom and her friend Cecilia, they're just wacky old ladies. I love them. But like they were gonna park there I think to go to duets, but I don't remember. And even they were like all confused, which is normal, about like, oh, is this the spot? Oh, wait, this feels like we're kind of in the road. Well, we are in front of the sign, but wait, do they mean we're supposed to be like perpendicular? Are we supposed to be parallel? So I don't know. I'm just saying,
So
maybe like, I
those
don't know.
signs, I don't know who put them there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who's responsible for putting
Carlton
them
did.
signs there. I will say this, they're not enforceable.
Oh,
They're not proper.
They're
in
not
accordance with the
proper
With the
handicap.
transportation code.
then maybe we
So,
need to pursue that as like
That's
a
not
code
nothing I would go
problem.
enforce anyway.
Well,
So
it's the same on the street here. None of our handicap signs are actually, they're not proper. They need to be done.
People are just putting them up. Some people.
And we need to get that dealt with, because that's really not safe for the people that have disabilities that are trying to park their car and think that they're
Yeah.
in a legitimate spot. Like, if
Well,
we
that
know
would be
that they're
the
not
private business
legitimate,
owners.
then,
Those would be the private business owners.
but that sign doesn't indicate that. Like, they don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
that's
I do know
really
what you're
misleading.
saying. And we started to deal with it and then you get a different crisis.
Yeah, no, oh, I know. I'm just saying that is a concern then, because people are trying to figure it out. And then if you could end up getting towed. I mean, I know that was different because it was a parade and all that, but I'm
And it
just
was
saying,
clearly marked what was the parade route and they still parked there.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I have to commend you,
You change
police
that
force,
next year.
because I want everybody to go down Westerfield Crossing and see the mayhem down there with the Texas State Tubes, Don's Fish Camp. I saw a young lady almost get run over. They had cars parked on both sides of the road. A woman went out from a bus. There's not enough, wide enough road for a big bus and trucks. And I don't know what Hayes County is doing, but they're not towing away cars. There's cars everywhere. It's utter mayhem. I saw a civilian stopping traffic and letting people go into, Texas State too. So I have to commend you. I think it's brilliant that Park Mobile's working very well. We got a few niches, but it's working well for our parks.
So the tow company don't come down there that often. I will tell you, they probably come down there once a weekend, maybe. And they come
Just
down
not
there all the time.
Yeah.
There's some times I wish they'd go down there. Personally, I wish they'd come down there a little more, but that's just me. So,
No, it's not just
I
you.
wish they would,
Sign up on that later.
yes, I wish they would go down there after hours.
Mhm,
10,
yeah,
11 o'clock when
right.
the parks are closed. You know, there's a lot of.
Yeah,
vehicles.
no, really, truly.
Well, you did a great job.
Yeah,
I'll say
you are.
appreciate it.
Well, it's the whole, all the guys. not me.
All you two and your crew. Okay, thanks.
So, citations and warnings, we wrote, 91 total this past, month, or in June. 61 actual fineable citations and 30 warnings. And I put below that just what they were. I changed up the format this time because I had to change it up because of.
The computer. It's like a computer.
So got that, and I broke it down a little bit differently. So I wrote city ordinance violations. We wrote one animal running at large in the city,
Mhm.
but, park violations, we wrote 4 park violations in June. Disregard no passing zone 5, disregard traffic control devices, and that is a red light and stop signs. I sort of lumped them all into one. Also that going straight, or where the 1984, where people go straight instead of
Oh, yeah.
turning. So that's disregard of traffic
Yeah,
control device. We only
yeah.
have 5 of those. Driving while licensed invalid, expired registration, failed to control speed, that's off of a crash. That's 1. Failed to change address on driver's license, 1. Failed to maintain financial responsibility, no insurance. Operate a vehicle with no registration, or with typo there, with no registration or LP, 2. Possession of drug paraphernalia, 2, and speeding, 48.
That's very clear. I like that.
Hey, I hate to ask you this question again. Have you had any luck with TxDOT mowing that intersection of 12
I
line?
called them again today.
Man, dude.
I'll call them again. If not, I'll bring home weed or come out there.
I might have to help you. That's because I use that road. It's pretty hairy. I can't see. Okay.
Did you say what fail to maintain financial responsibility means?
No insurance.
Oh, that's, makes sense. Sorry.
She didn't get any supper, so she's dying over here.
Careful.
I had a spinach salad at like noon.
So, code enforcement report. We have, 6 citizen contacts, that's door hangers and stuff like that for different things. I didn't list out all the door hangers they gave for. 4 vehicle different violations. We counted those separate, and those were door hangers as well, but vehicle violations. 3
Wait, so those are code violation is not the same thing with vehicle violations? Like, a vehicle violation is like a parked car or like, and something like that at a house.
I want to differentiate because, I've seen some complaints come in on our complaint forms. Where people were talking about vehicles, so I wanted to count how
Oh,
many that we actually
right,
contacted
yeah,
versus other
yeah,
type violations. So I just wanted to see it
Yeah.
out there so you guys can see it.
yeah.
I can break down all those citizen contacts for each one of the code
Oh.
violations, type, whatever. Tree or shrub violations and grass or weed violations. So those are those things we've been.
Everybody's having trouble with grass and weeds.
Oh, stickers.
Yeah, it is a good problem.
Good for the pollinators.
Yes.
Say, multiply.
Any more questions for the chief?
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it,
Thank you
man.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Corey,
Yes, ma'am.
we finally got to you.
Yay.
Oh, man, there's a picture, man.
Yay.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, Board Roll Up Parks Advisory Board, Chairman, please bear with me. I've been awake since yesterday morning. So I'm going to try to make sense of everything right now. Anyways, this month we, welcomed our newest member to the board, Ramon Rivera. Our last meeting was the first meeting that he's been with us. We still have one more open slot, for a member. So if anybody has any suggestions for anyone to throw them our way, we will gladly pick their brains and go from there. Parks Mobile, we've all gone over that multiple times tonight. We know that it's going to be growing pains in the first year. We are pretty much on that 1 year mark, but we have seen that we $30,000 roughly Parks Mobile.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a good little hole right there that we can put back into the parks and the community. But the issues with actually signing up for Parks Mobile, especially down at phase 1, with just for cell signal, that doesn't need to be addressed. The Wi-Fi extenders sound like a great idea, but now finding that's gonna cost then several $1,000s. Is this per year or?
Per year.
Okay.
Is there any way we could maybe put a little sign up, say Wi-Fi available at downtown, the library?
That's a good possibility.
I mean, we got Wi-Fi here, I mean, we can just.
Yeah.
We just walk, it is a little drive.
Well, from, phase 1, they have just park down here and plug it all in. That kind of runs us into one of the other items that we went over is the Kanban sign. We do have larger signs in there, notifying all the rules and everything in the parks, but just something more simpler, kind of like one of those.
Yeah, like Tommy said, the
Like-
X.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no parking signs, like something simple to put on top of all the signs out there. We are looking at that, Mark, I believe you said.
Yeah,
I said Mark is, that's still working on a design and everything, with the Parks Advisory Board. Also, for some of the sound signs that we do want to put up, Sam, I know we're talking about drilling the holes into the actual signs themselves and putting the U-bolts onto the stakes. Half Mark. Like I said, awake since yesterday morning. They do have the larger, like official looking stakes that you put on the ground. We use the bolt stuff straight into the actual post themselves.
that's a fun company, isn't it?
Yeah, they got a lot of good stuff over there. Yeah, I say
Those, the other posts are much more expensive.
they are more expensive.
That's why
Speaking of that, we need to put.
I have them all. So the first, I've been putting with Mike, the signs up.
We've been talking about
So we
that.
have 2 park signs that are gonna go up on, Allen Bates.
Okay.
But I've just not been able to do it. I've had them for what, a week or so?
Yeah, and I've been wanting to grab them myself.
Yeah, back,
I already have the U-boats and everything.
like Mr. Regover, the reason we put the depots at their launch.
Oh, absolutely. I've used it myself down at the river. Anyway, so that's the Kanban signs. We are going to try probably do a Kanban / bottle ban. If I do recall correctly, glass bottles are not allowed on
Right.
waterways in the state of Texas.
Right.
Styrofoam, do we have a ban on that?
We do.
Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
City does. Start.
Oh,
Yeah.
No styrofoam.
Um,
It's on the list of rules.
Okay,
We need to do that as we go. That's our responsibility.
Okay, but basically just put in, simple, easy, not a lot of reading. Hey, we just got a picture. Reading's not
Are you
important.
seeing a lot of trash issues?
There are trash issues with the company that we hired to actually do park maintenance. They're doing an excellent job, but we do have a lot of people coming down. And that it's just creating an excess amount of trash. But as one of the things that we talked about last meeting is, hey, let's get some more trash cans, in order to, so people have a place to actually throw this stuff away. I mean, you'll see stuff put down by the trash cans, outside of the trash cans when the trash cans are full, so they're being utilized.
Do you think it'd be beneficial to have a fine for litter? You know, $500 fine for litter?
Oh, good God, can you imagine?
I mean, just put a sign like,
We already have an ordinance for littering.
you put a sign up. Littering.
We're gonna have signs everywhere.
I mean, they're visiting the park.
Well, but if the trash can is overflowing.
Oh, I'm saying, oh, yeah, that.
Okay,
I'm not saying trash, I'm just
Okay.
saying littering per se, like away from a trash can.
I'm telling you right now, I picked up Alan Bates with my wife a week ago Sunday. And these people came down and they got to the cars and they just threw the trash on the ground. They walked by 4 trash cans to get to their car and they still did it. I don't care how many trash cans you have. Some people are just trashy people. They don't respect the river and you just throw it on the ground.
Would it be worth it, maybe, to put
Put it like pictures, man.
you
It's
know,
ridiculous.
littering, $500, $200 fine, you know?
I don't think we do need more signs.
Okay, well, I mean.
There are a lot of signs.
We were gonna try and put some signs that say, pack it in, pack it out, that kind of thing, trying to be a little more
You don't wanna put any meat
positive.
into it, like a fine of some sort?
Well, I mean, like if we do another remodel of the big rules sign, that might be a good idea to put that in there. Just because, I mean, we already got a list of stuff, hey, we can't do this, can't do that. Fine for litter.
I think it's worth putting, I mean, my personal opinion.
Yeah, I would kind of like to shy away from a plethora of signs out there, because I mean, once you just start going into those.
You're littering the signs. People don't like stop and
Well,
read them
maybe
all.
just on our list of rules or
Yeah, yeah.
That'd probably be the best way to go.
something. Can you do that? Is that seem acceptable to you guys?
It is on the list of rules.
Or
Or fines?
fines, like mentioning that there's a fine for littering.
I don't think that's going to be very helpful unless we actually are going to find people for littering.
Oh, we got the police force, we could.
I know, but we only really give citations, we only really give warnings
Yeah, but
and
you could
explain
do
the
it
rules
verbally.
anyhow at the river. So like adding more things that aren't enforced is not gonna be to our benefit if we just maybe enforced what we are. Like, it seems like we have a lot that we're trying to get done at the river right now. And if we could just get that done, then we could think about expanding to, okay, now we're already, I don't know, doing all of the things that we're supposed to be doing.
And it's improving dramatically. really.
Yeah, we have to be
Yes.
patient.
Yeah. We're ahead of San Marcos, you know?
Well, because we're better than San Marcos. I like that to be on the record.
Oh, there you go. What, everybody? You're being recorded.
That's fine with me.
The other thing you might consider, that doesn't have to do with a sign, but just, when Matthew was talking about he and Dorothy being out there cleaning up. I know that in years past, they would just have random like river or park cleanup days. And there's several people that I know of in town that used to like doing that, but they don't really organize them the same way they used to, or maybe the word doesn't get out or something.
Yeah.
But if you did that, I know there's people that would volunteer. So many people in this town really appreciate the river and the environment and trying to keep it clean. So if you do have times when you feel like there is a lot out there that needs to be cleaned up, or I don't know what.
Maybe adopt, like adopt the highway, adopt the park.
Yeah,
We used to have a long list of friends of the park.
yeah, something
And they
like that.
did things like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
They'd have work days.
Yeah, just a random work day, like once every couple months that you need work done to clean things up, or I don't know.
Kids that would do all that, they
Hmm?
would do that.
Yeah.
The kids that I work with would pick up trash in the
Yeah.
park, so they have to do community service.
And my friends would do it too. They like doing it.
Yeah,
kind
cleaning
of,
outside.
they maybe don't want to make a full-time commitment to like, I'll be on the Parks Committee, but they would make a semi-permanent commitment of, I'll go and help for an afternoon and clean things up or plant things or whatever, lay mulch down or, I'm making
Just
things
getting out
up.
and doing something.
Whatever, yeah, to support the environment and taking care of the river and taking care of the parks that we have. So, it's just a thought that if you need people.
Sure, yes, but also Tony got to that with the company that is mowing the grass up, they are going out there and picking up trash as well. But we just have a ton of trash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, people empty their car trash, like they don't even necessarily, like they clean out their car at the park and fill up the trash can with stuff that they didn't necessarily use at the park.
That's what the post
Yeah.
office lady said of why she took her trash can away. It used to be in the lobby for people to throw away junk mail.
I miss that so
And
much.
me too. And she said she finally just put it away because people would come in with like fast food bags and
Yep.
things from their car and dump them inside that seems like a lot of work to go through to just throw away to bring it into the post office with you. But anyway, so it's not just the park. I guess people just do that.
At the convenience store a lot too. Huge stuff.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're researching the signs.
Yes, I know
Thank
I didn't get back with that, but.
Get us back on.
We are, yeah, we're working on those. One of the other items that we're talking about is the Texas Parks and Wildlife. They do have a yearly grant for communities and basically parklands. The Parks Advisory Board, we feel like we need more information on that. That was due here basically the end of this month. We just did not have enough information on that, but we.
I would be happy to meet with y'all about it because I worked with Mark Pearson, the community guy that was with us for a while. And so I have a whole folder of all of the stuff that we had researched. We just ran out of time to get it submitted.
Okay,
So,
we do want to pursue this for next year.
yeah, you need to start now because it like requires so much, so much.
June 1 is the initial paperwork has to be in.
Hmm?
The first information sheet has to be done by June 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
The
it's,
whole project is due at the end of August.
yeah, but it's
You have
like
to have
a,
the first page, like the cover that you're interested in,
Like,
June,
here
is
we
June
are.
1, June 1.
yeah, but it's,
So
but
Langford
it's
brought
gonna
that
be
up.
like a year long, because you have to do environmental studies and things. So, yeah, let's get together. Just let me know and I'll be happy to
Yeah,
meet
definitely.
with you about that.
But we would like, if we can get a grant, we need to have bathrooms at the parks. Maybe Allen Bates, phase 1 would be great, but that's just flood zone down there. But we have kind of an area at Allen Bates that could possibly work for a actual legit bathroom set of the porta potties. But we would like to actually, pursue that with some of the grant money. Hopefully we could get from Texas Parks and Wildlife. The very last thing we went over at the meeting was the phase 2 and 3 over kind of why down here. Everybody knows where that is.
And the wild Jeep ride with Corey.
Yeah, pretty much. You went on the ride, you went on the ride. I had a couple of other people, Jeff and Ramon from the Parks Board. We all went out there. Phase 2 and 3 is basically across the street from phase 1. It's the area where we do the trash pickup, the yearly trash pickup. It's huge floodway, but there is I think we said about 8 acres of land approximately out there. It's a ton of land to do a lot of cool stuff with the park.
And bike trail.
Huh?
I can bike trail.
Oh, that's one of the
Walking
things
trail,
we're talking
yeah.
about is a walking trail around there. It's got multiple elevations, it's shaded, open areas.
Right.
It's a beautiful area for parklands. Some of the ideas coming up were Finston Dog Park, where you just let your actual animals go out and run around and not being on leash or anything like that. Ramon came up with the idea that, hey, let's put in, we've got the trails going around the place, let's put in frisbee golf out here.
You gotta remember, that's all floodway.
Correct.
You gotta build accordingly.
Correct. One of the other ideas, like, hey, let's put in an actual like softball field, basically in the same area where we had like all that mulch.
Yeah.
Out there in the last couple of years or so, we'd have the burn piles. But that'd be a readily available area for for a softball field. Gazebos, possible bathroom up there. We did talk, the discussions on the mini pitch up on the high point up there. That seems like it'd be a wasted place for a mini pitch. It's a beautiful location. It's got a great view over the entire park area. Let's put a gazebo up there or a pavilion.
The thing is, the whole, well, I don't want to go off subject, but the thing is, we have funding for that.
True.
That's why that was selected, but that's a
True.
whole other subject.
True, but you'd have to go, right now, there's a portion that's the road that's proposed for the parking lot up there that the city does not own. It would probably be more beneficial to place it at another location.
We can talk about that.
Oh, yeah. But going over there, just one last little tidbit.
Is the board considering it?
The mini pitch,
Yeah, is the board prepared to make recommendations to council on that issue?
we can do that, yes. And actually, I cannot think of the street name. Southeast River Road, the lot on the other side from phase 2 and 3, there was that tree lane.
Oh, yeah.
That may be an ideal location.
Wouldn't you have to take down a lot of trees?
No, not
Oh.
necessarily. So I mean, it's a bunch of old big trees. So it's a lot of shade. It'd be a really good area to put in something like that, put in some more parkland. It would be more easily accessible without the dangers of 1979, the bridge over there, the proposed area for the mini pitch with the parking lot there and the entranceway there. You've got people speeding off the bridge, you've got people picking up speed coming out of town.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's a safe location at all.
So it'd be kind of a nightmare getting in and out of there if you actually did have a mini pitch up in that one location. But there is another location, phase 2 and 3. That could be used for the mini pitch. And it would give a parking lot access to Southeast River Road, which would give you, if you had a big, huge event, out of the parkland, you could take a left or right on that road to get out of the park instead of just being bottlenecked all up in one spot.
But just keep in mind that like, it's a very small soccer field.
Yes.
So
No,
there
I
won't
wouldn't
be
check
like
out
a
the
lot
wrong
of
lot
big,
there.
huge.
Yeah.
There's not gonna be like a lot of big, huge events because it's small.
True, but I mean, if you have 4th of July or something like that, or, I mean.
I'm
anything-
excited that the Parks Department is like working on a plan
No, it's,
to present to city council.
yeah, this could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Come up with a plan.
8 acres of goodies, but, right now, yeah, the proposed area for the mini pitch, I think, is not a good spot. It could be better utilized for, having.
I will
hike trails
tell
in
you the
there.
reason it was picked is because
It's
it's
out of the flood.
it's in the 500-year floodplain, and we wouldn't have to do thousands of dollars of studies.
And we got
Engineering
$125,000. That's a lot of money. for the-
Yeah.
for the main thing.
Well, we can deal with that.
Well,
when it
that's all,
comes
we're
back
all, we're
around.
going on.
Yeah,
Since it's
but I mean,
kind
that's pretty much,
Just come up with a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very fun. Good work.
yeah, thank you all. Any questions or anything like that? Feedback?
No,
Anything y'all want us to work on? Just. Okay.
When's your next
sorry for
meeting?
rushing you.
Oh, no, it's getting late and.
And we still got to do the budget.
Y'all gotta do the action meeting.
When's your next meeting?
We are trying for next Thursday, the 25th, but I do not know if we're gonna have a quorum or not.
It's at 4.
Second,
Is it at 4?
it's at 6:30, and actually I just got a message from Ramon, he is out of the country.
Oh,
Um,
and Angela?
and she can't, she's out of town too, so we may not have a meeting this month.
Oh, okay.
But it'll be posted up. I will try to have something posted tomorrow. So,
The River Committee's meeting on the 24th.
Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah.
At 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Get some sleep.
Oh, I will.
Jet lagging, buddy.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 3.1. And
You know where your mom lives, that's all that matters.
Deanna has agreed to serve as the interim city clerk. And so let's take center stage here. I don't know if I can get out. I'm gonna stand right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. We do have to have a vote. Motion. Discussion possible action, consider the appointment of Diana, how do you say your last name? Guevara, as interim city secretary of the city of Martindale. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we appoint Diana to the interim city secretary, wait a minute, interim city secretary of the city of Martindale.
I'll second that.
No. Now you're vocal.
Well, who's
He's hungry and tired.
Started it first. You got it, Terry. You made the second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
So currently you're a city clerk and then you would become a city secretary.
So currently I hold the utility clerk, / assistant city clerk. I feel like as we see the needs in the staff and changes, Jared will take guidance into that and lead. And yeah, I would move up into interim city secretary.
Plus you've been working with Adrian for how long?
The 7 months that I've been
Oh,
here,
perfect.
since day one, I've been, trying to just learn as much as possible as I am in a current, master's program that requires for you to have experience.
So that would get you out of the front desk and then you would have more of a private space then, being secretary, you would be separate from the front desk?
So we're gonna make a permanent hire selection in the future. This is an interim to cover the gap.
Because
in
by
the immediate-
ordinance, we have to have a city.
Plus Adrian's
I'm
leaving.
sorry.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So by ordinance, we do
Okay.
have to.
That's all we'll ask you. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion carries.
Congratulations, young.
Okay, since I'm kind of landlocked here, if you want to stand up and raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, and state your name,
Diana Guevara.
do solemnly swear and affirm that I will I think you're supposed to say it after me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I, say your name again,
I, Diana Guevara,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of interim city clerk.
of the office
Yeah, of the office
of interim city clerk
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state, so help me God.
and of this state, so help me God.
Yay.
Congratulations and welcome.
And as your first
Good luck.
official duty, file that tomorrow. please. Okay, so, we're gonna do the budget, the two ordinances we have put in there for your information. We figured it was gonna get late. And more than likely, we're not gonna get to those, but we have to get to them. So I'm going to turn this over to Jared.
We are gonna go to the short-term rental, right?
Well, it was for discussion only, and
I would like to discuss, I'm willing to stay.
you're willing to stay?
I'm willing to
Well, let's see how long the budget takes.
stay. Because we've had people waiting. Okay.
I know.
All right, guys, for those council members, probably easiest for you to follow along on your iPads. You can zoom in, go to different parts of the screen. Adrian, if you want to just keep it at this Zoom level as we go through it. In years past, I've produced a PowerPoint presentation that kind of goes through it in different elements. Ran into some challenges creating this budget under our new accounting structure and realized we're going to have some serious restructuring to do on our accounting software. And we've already made arrangements with ClerkBooks to do that. So hopefully once that's all done, even our current financial reports will start reflecting what you see in the budget here. The difficulty is going to be if you're going from the financial report that you saw earlier this evening to this budget, it's a close match, but not an exact match. Other thing is the end of year projections and the revenue to date information is based off of the financial report through May 31st, end of May, instead of the end of June, which is what was presented earlier. So the point of all that is don't get caught up on where the revenue to date is and the end of year projections are. Dwayne has the system up and running on his computer if there's a particular question on that element, and we can dig into it. The purpose of tonight is to get to consensus from the city council on a draft budget. This is not the last time or the only time you're going to see this. This is probably the first of at least 3 times that you will see this. The reason why I say that is tonight we're going to review the budget in a very detailed item by item basis. We don't have final figures for certain cost elements or revenue elements. So, but the numbers are going to be very close. We'll, for example, the property taxes, ad valorem taxes, we're going to be within a few $1,000s of what the final number is. And so oftentimes when we get that final tax report, which we don't expect to receive until July 25th.
Yes.
Once we receive that, there'll be some minor adjustments and tweaks. And at those council meetings, we'll just focus on where to allocate or subtract from those surpluses or deficits. Also in here is projected amounts for insurance and medical benefits and those things. And as we get through the summer, that's when we start getting the actual quotes. Why they don't provide it in budget season, I don't know. But we have been conservative in almost every area where there is rank conjecture, educated guessing happening, so that revenues are projected at a low end, expenses are projected at a high end. That way we're protected systematically from running into deficits in the year of execution. We kind of went over the budget calendar previously. If tonight we get into conversations where we don't achieve consensus or items that require further analysis, we can table those, be prepared to discuss them at our regular council meeting on the 1st of August. If there's a significant number of those, then we should all be prepared to come back next Thursday to resolve those. And hopefully by that point, we'll have the tax information. However, there won't be a read ahead for that meeting if it's on the 25th, because we don't expect to see the tax information until that afternoon. So that's kind of where we're at.
Same as last year.
So that tonight's the first. The second is that revision, August 1st, and then the final adoption of the budget will come in September. The intent is to get, like I said, city council consensus on this budget item prior to the final being submitted by the mayor under statute to the city secretary under statute to publish on our website and other places in accordance with statutory requirements. So the budget you see now is not the budget you will be voting on come September. This is your opportunity to weigh in, set priorities. Think of the budget as a policy document, not necessarily even a financial document that might help you guys as you go through some of this and setting policy and goals and priorities. With that, let's get into this. Is a question. We'll start in the general operating fund and then go down from there. We'll focus on revenues first and then get into expenditures, and I'll go through this line by line, describe how it's calculated. If there's any questions, we can go from there. All right, so, and this is, hopefully by the time we leave this evening, you feel very comfortable knowing exactly what's in the city budget, where funding is going. And this is, you know, the power of the purse of the elected body, elected governing body of the city. With that, we'll start on the general operating fund. We're going to focus on that first column on the left that has the number figures. Make it easier to read. I omitted the dollar signs.
Let me know when you're ready.
The way this works is there's several accounts. We're going to go through taxes, licensing, use of money, intergovernmental, charges for services, special assessments, miscellaneous, court fines, fees, other services, all within revenue. Starting first with taxes, there's ad valorem taxes, property taxes. That is the largest of the city's revenue. That $387,000 is calculated using last year's rates. So last year's no new revenue rate, not what was necessarily budgeted, but was that would be applied to the property tax valuations at that time, or to any risk adjustment, was $378,000. The budgetary value was $374,000, accounting for a 1% lapse on not receiving all the revenues. The statutory approval limit that city council can determine for itself is anything equal to or less than a 3.5% raise of that no new revenue figure of $378,000. So for this budget purposes, I went to that maximum figure, $378,000 times 3.5%, gave me a figure of $391,000, accounting for a 1% risk of non-collection, non-payment. The budgetary figure is $387,745. Any questions on the property tax assessment? In which that number is one of the ones that is going to change, but probably within only a few $1,000s.
And we can't raise this. We can't increase this.
You could increase this if you want, but you're going to an election to do so, and we are probably running dangerously
Yeah,
close.
we went over that today. Yeah, we're screwed. We have like 30 days to if we want to do that.
If you want, but it is an option that the city could consider. What just likely happens is, as many of you know, as your property valuations are going up, the amount of revenue that can be collected by the city is static at that 3.5% threshold. Your percentage is going to. So, you know, when I first got here, you're close to, in the 4.6 range, and now we're down to like 3.3, 3.4 range, and we'll probably want to be close to that, 30 cents per $100 of valuation at the best of it. So, the bulk of your property taxes do not come to the city. They go to the school district.
Jared, if it matters, the deadline this county has set for deadlines on elections or filing for an election is July 26th. So
The day after you get the rate.
The day after you get the rate.
Yeah, no, we went over that TML. We basically said, yeah, it's bullshit.
Well, they do that on purpose.
No. But legally, it's not July 20. It's actually later than that. They're actually, according to TML, it can be later. They're just being heads about it.
Yeah, we have not had an election for higher taxes. If that's something the council wants to do, we can go off some of that.
Whoever votes to raise their taxes.
Yeah.
Doesn't have.
I don't know. They voted for the bond to do the high school football field again for $1 million. You know, after it was just put in 8 years ago to redo it again. It doesn't need to be replaced for 2 or 3 more years. It's ridiculous.
That's your school district. Any questions? Okay, going next to, next line item, 4020, ad valorem tax prior years. This is not something that we budgeted, but it could be something that under this new accounting system may come in as a, okay, I didn't pay last year, but I paid it this
It's
year.
on the audit.
And
They break it down on the audit.
that's something that can come up, but we're not gonna budget for
Yeah.
collecting taxes in the arrears. 4040 is the next item, municipal sales taxes. So municipal sales taxes, the way this was calculated was looking at prior year, assuming fiscal year 24, prior to any adjustment to the tax base being taken, constricted with the loss of a business. Last year was the total amount of taxes collected was 143,000, what we projected. Of that, a portion goes to repayment, a portion of that goes to street and roads, and a portion to the general fund, which you see in the 24 budget number was 85,000. When we go to fiscal year
Wait,
25.
back up. What did we budget last year? When we sat here, what did we budget?
We budgeted that the total collection would be 143,000, but in the general fund, only $85,800, which you see reflected in that column, FY 24 budget doc. The reason why I mentioned that total collected amount is that's where the deficit or the discount's going to be made out of what would be collected. So if you want to follow along, 143,000 with a 5% increase that's accounting for inflationary growth and business activity. And it's of that, you're getting to about $150,000. And then subtract 25,000 out of it, which is probably a little bit conservative of what the business was paying in. And then, so at that point, the total tax collected, we expect it to be $125,150.
Minus the shortfall.
That's with the shortfall taken out.
No. Remember, we're getting double hit on this.
But the order in which we take the hit is important. So I have the hit being taken out of the total collected prior to repayment of the court fees. So.
But the sales tax deficit for this loss of that one business is $2,100 a month in the 2-year back pay that we have to do for 24 months. And then we're going to be short that 2,100 going forward. So the net effect of that is over a $4,000 a month net loss in sales tax.
You're right, the $2,000 a month.
It's 2,100, it's $2,090 something dollars, or $89 or something like, we looked at it, I looked at it.
That is missing.
Yeah, so it's another 25,000 that's off this number. This is what's scaring me. I told you, this was the biggest thing that I was concerned about a year ago, was something boogeyman, is gonna happen.
All right, so.
What about the
I have
sales
to take
tax?
on the valuation, but I don't have it in the repayment.
Now you said there's an increase in new business because we're getting, Duets is paying an extra roughly
$400 a month. Yeah.
$500 in new business. But that's still, the net effect is, so when I talked to Dwayne, it was kind of like 3,600 a month we're losing negative. Instead of 48, it's 36 to 4,000, you know what I mean?
Our repayment is 2,100.
Roughly 2,100.
Yeah, I've got it on, it's in that green folder, wherever y'all have it. It's in there today. Look at the very back, there's a transfer that
where it's attached. All right, so if you look at the bottom, near the bottom, you see the adjustment they're making for it. It's 2,000 something dollars. This for prior year or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, $2,064.
Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, so total in a given year, we're gonna be. Your new budget number in the general fund goes from 75,090 to 50,315. That's a $25,000. So this might be an area where if we're required to do some obligations, make some obligations. Because it'll make the next year. Something to consider. So you just got $25,000 taken out of your general fund. That's a big catch. Thank you. All right, continuing on with the good news. Unless there's any questions on that.
Ready to start drinking now, sorry.
Oh, wait, where does the 20% for the comptroller coming out of our sales tax each month? Is that 1,700 a month?
Yeah,
Where is
so-
that reflected in the line item?
So it's not a budgetary line item because it's taken out for the receipt of funds. And so we never count that revenue as accrued or actuals. So
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It basically means
We're-
if we don't.
We're not getting it, so.
we're not getting it, so we don't count it.
Yeah, okay.
We basically reduce the number and then it goes over and debits the loan balance on the balance sheet. And
So our annual repayment, so fiscal year 24 repayment was probably going to be in the order of $29,000. I don't know if this says annual. No, it doesn't. Somewhere in the order of $29,000. That is never collected and so is never paid, right? But that's coming out of what would have been collected. That 29,000 is going down to 50,000, more or less. In this chart. So we're paying the state $50,000 a year.
But you are accounting for the 25,000 for the other sales tax,
That's
but not for the comptroller.
the comptroller's done, so the budget's been done. I'll try to explain. I think I understand what you're saying. The budget has always been done under the assumption that it's whatever we get. So we're not taking gross sales and taking the 20% out and handling the calculation. We're just taking what historically we've been getting and using that as a budget number going forward. So they're taking care of everything. So you're only doing this as a journal entry in. You're not actually doing a bill and a receipt of a payment.
Yeah,
With the-
so.
with the
You're just
deduction.
dealing with what you get.
Exactly,
For
exactly.
example, the way that they pay us takes all of those subtractions out. And so we never receive the money because it never enters our accounting system. We never account for it.
Okay.
But when I do, it becomes important for projecting the street and roads because it's the same 20% figure. In order to calculate that, we assume that the total collected would have been over the course of the year and calculate down. The long and short of it is the budget value went from $75,000. And we're paying the state going from $30,000 down to $50,000 a year. That's pretty big. It might be something we will have to have adjusted.
on that next line item, franchise tax, that's really not a good term. It's not a tax, that's a franchise fee that we collect mainly from the cable company and the electric company. It's not really a tax, I don't think. Tax. Franchise tax has meaning at state level.
All right. Licenses and permits. This is the next area where the city receives revenue. Revenues don't equal expenditures always in the permitting arena. The revenue to date is somewhat high because that includes a subdivision payout. So don't put a lot of stock in those high figures, but we are seeing a lot of permitting activities. So I think it's reasonable to budget at the same level we budgeted last year and see how it goes.
Hold on.
Well, when we don't get billed from our inspectors,
That's a bonus.
it's a little bit of balance. So
They'll eventually figure that out.
definitely. Then we'll figure out what happens when. Next is interest. So, I think the, beginning with 4,200, line 4,210. As interest on UFIA accounts or savings accounts. This is a very conservative number. Based off of our cash holdings and interest received, we're projected to possibly by the end of the year. Based on the main numbers was $48,000, but if I was seeing the cash balances, it's higher. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it's gonna, we talked about this, the balance is gonna start dwindling and the interest is gonna go with it because we're running out of, right, we had that big surplus at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
So the net effect, and that's why I was asking Dwayne last year, I said, what do you think the average balance is gonna be that is going to be interest payable? And that's where you're like, okay, it's gonna be at least on average for the whole year, 600,000.
Yeah.
And that's what we got to the 5%. Okay, that's $30,000. We knew that was a conservative number, right? And obviously it's gonna be 45 plus for sure.
And based on June numbers, that 48,000 projection is probably good.
Okay, so but going forward next year, we're not gonna have that extra $200,000 in the account that we have to spend it, well, maybe, you're right, maybe not. We have to rebalance it and put it somewhere else, right? And we expect the interest to, rates are gonna drop, probably about 0.5%.
Thing.
You know, so let's just say, and the worst case is 0.5%. So do we really think the cash balance at 600, like, basically based on this, we're having an average balance in the interest bearing account of over 750,000 on average for the whole year.
And today it was,
Yeah.
there was like over $1 million in cash and only 160,000 of it didn't bear interest.
So 750, you know what I'm saying? You know, we have to think about that number. So you get 750 at 5%, or let's just say it's 700,000, right? That gives you the 35,000. You're at 42. You're basically at the 750 number. So you're basically doing the same thing. That's a conservative number, but
At 5%, it's actually is about 840,000 is where it's at.
But doesn't that tie the money up for many months?
no, these aren't CDs. Mm-mm.
No, this is just interest on a
Overnight
money market account.
Yeah, I've got money in an account. As long as it stays a certain balance, I can pull it out in a day. And I'm getting 5.21 something, 2.18 or something like that. You're getting almost the Fed rate.
Yeah, talking
I was thinking I need to invest
I got-
with him.
about. I got.
Mine's only like
Close.
4.9.
All
Oh
right,
darn.
anyways, so yeah, that number, the point that, Councilmember McCover's making is, could be a little high. It may not be a very conservative number. Considering where rates might go, where cash balances might go. We can look at that and come back with another number. It was looking at how this last year had gone.
Yeah.
And saying, okay, it's probably gonna be close to that. I don't see a lot of. rate reduction.
Just need another grant. We just need another grant. Just need another $200,000.
I don't think we're gonna have a whole lot of large capital outlays next year in the books that would significantly change that cash position. But we do spend, I think last I looked at it was somewhere around $40,000 a month in operating costs. And so now that we're not getting the same level of revenue, around $1 million cash balance, that includes some utilities, say 800,000, what was it, for general fund?
Today?
Total cash balance, total general fund.
It was like 50,000 on this report.
Well, that's on it.
Oh, you
Plus
mean the
overflow plus.
200 plus with the overflow?
Yeah.
What do you have?
So what numbers I was given him was this one and this one.
But what do we get? We get interest on anything but what?
But these, we do not. The 160, see what I said earlier is we've got 1,056,000 and we don't get interest on only that.
Why?
All the rest of these are interest bearing.
Why can't that be interest?
8.
I don't know. Those
We've got
are just demand
162,000.
accounts,
$162,000 in non-interest.
operating accounts. See, I just moved money over to this one as I need it, like this 53,000
That's your cash on.
will be gone by the end of July.
Yeah, it's your cash on, what I call your cash
Yeah.
on hand, yeah, general fund, you move it. You're,
And I'll have to sweep some money out of here.
yeah. But why can't we put interest bearing on the 162?
It's gonna be part of your banking contract, you know, which we haven't updated in many years. But, it's one of those things, if they pay you interest, well, they charge you for other things.
Does the
It's a
taxable
negotiation.
emergency fund interest bearing? That's interest bearing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Everything below the 162 is interest bearing.
so we have almost 800,000 in there now.
Yeah.
You know,
Almost
about 800. So it's assuming a similar cash position next year with a 5% rate.
And I mean, I don't know. Me, I think because that general fund overflow money starts getting up. You know, when the property taxes start coming in December and January, you know, the number gets higher in the first half of the year. And then I don't generally have to start pulling money out of that until the summer.
Yeah.
Sorry. So that takes us through the interest rate. If that's something that we want to be more conservative on, we can look at what that effect is in a future budget. I don't know if that matter, council has. If you're fine taking Matthew's lead on it.
I'm just gonna leave it, yeah, and this,
The rest of these items are pretty small until we get to court, and then we're gonna have a conversation there. So credit card fee, that's kind of in and out. Judgments and restitution, that's from the prior theft. We get small amounts. But it's been consistent, so I think we can budget for it. The municipal court fine and fee revenue. So this is difficult if you look at the revenue to date and end of year projections, which are the furthest right two columns. Revenue to date is 32,000 presented. That end of year projection is a 48. Now the difficult.
That's our revenue today. What do we
Well,
think?
the problem is, right now, our court funds are being also split into our special revenue fund. And we're having other court fees to date under the same period of almost 15,000. So you'd have to combine across two different accounts. And this is where I told you the accounting system needs to be updated. But
there's a boo-boo.
if you were to use our May data, it's 35,000 plus 48,000 which is in the 80s, of what our projected court revenues will be instead of the 120 that we're going into it with the budget. So that's about
Why
probably
is it so
somewhere.
low? Why is it so low?
Well,
I mean, we're losing. I mean, we got two
There's-
clerks, we're paying, got payroll on the two clerks, we gotta pay the judge. I mean, it's just like we're losing, big
well,
time.
we'll get to the clerks thing here in a little bit,
I
but
just see a big problem there. I've said it before. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
so the court revenue is a function of people paying their tickets. So there's two things that go into paying a ticket. One, a ticket is written. Two, that someone paid it, right? It's hard to determine which of those things is or not happening. You know, we gotta be careful we're not setting quotas for the police.
I don't wanna hear about quotas.
I know.
I've had this discussion for 5 years. I don't wanna hear about quotas. And here again, I'm gonna get in trouble again.
I'm not, I was just saying, be careful about it.
Well, I ain't
I
gonna
wasn't
talk
saying
about
to
quotas.
talk about.
I never did talk about quotas.
So,
My question is, we can't even get a report from the judge. I'm gonna bring it up again. I mean, there's our problem. We can't get the information.
I don't know if this is a reflection of the judge and the operations of the court.
Well-
It might be, it's something to look into. The other thing to note is if you look at, council wants to look at the activities of the police department, you can see a heavy focus being placed on the parks. And so the more park enforcement activities are happening, less traffic enforcement activities are happening. That's one part.
And you're right, you've got all that revenue over there that they're generating.
Yeah, but we're getting fines, we're getting speeding fines, we're still getting revenue for speeding.
The other thing to think about is.
I never get a clear picture of how this system works with the judge. I really don't. Revenue, what he does, the clerks, I mean, I've never had a clear answer. And I can't get an answer because the judge is never here.
But we discussed that the last time I was here. You brought that up and we discussed with him having
I'll bring it up every time.
having a
This is
report,
ridiculous.
having a report that generate how much he was billable versus collectible, and he's never done that. And he said he was gonna address that, and he has not been back since that meeting.
Also warrants. He had a lot of warrants that weren't 1,000 or so. And we haven't had an update on warrants. How many have been paid? How many has he said he was gonna research about if they're old or I don't know the person's address? I mean, these warrants would bring in a sizable amount of money, but we haven't heard from him.
But it's like, as you know, sorry to interrupt you, but the longer you wait to do a warrant, the harder it is to get the person to get picked up. The longer time, the farther away they moved, and the
That's
less
why
likely
we
you're
got
gonna collect it.
1,000 there. We haven't procured the money.
Again, the underlying problem is exactly what, you're getting to the same thing I'm getting at, is it starts with having a report of how much did we bill? If we wrote tickets, how much are we expected to collect on those tickets versus how much we actually are collecting on the tickets? We at least have to start with what we're supposed to collect. If you're doing everything from the backwards end of only what we get, and I keep saying, you have to start with what are you supposed to collect? Yes, there is a loss. You only collect a percentage. I was in the used car business, okay? I know all about not getting all your money, all right? It's all a curve of when you get it and how much you get it. The quicker you get it, the better it is for you in the cash flow. It's the same math that you use in any business. But if we don't have the good information to start with, we're toast. So, obviously we're gonna be short a lot of money this year in court.
Yeah, and where it's from, I don't know. I just know from the operations side.
We're writing list tickets.
More parks activities. And the other thing that's happening is more traffic. And more traffic reduces speeds
Speeding.
and also makes traffic enforcement more difficult.
You can't pull out safely to try to get somebody and pull them over.
Yep.
Because you're cutting people off, it could cause other accidents. So when we only have one officer able to enforce traffic on one side of a two-way road, and even then it's difficult given the amount of traffic that we're seeing. That's going to become a downward pressure on court revenues as just a function of.
And we never get a decent report. I still, this has been confusing since me since day one. I mean, I don't want.
Who's on the enforcer side of the judge then? Who makes the judge accountable for his work and his actions?
City council.
We do.
Oh, yeah, but he's never here. Ridiculous.
Well, let's make it an agenda item. then.
Well, he won't even show up for a meeting.
Well, if it's on the agenda,
Ridiculous,
you
man.
better.
I'm telling you. I
If it's
just
on the
fed
agenda,
up with
you
it.
better. We need to make it an agenda
Oh,
item.
good luck.
Well, you're good at putting things on the agenda. Better than I am.
So we're looking at, and this will,
Hey, I'm one.
this will get
He's
to
much better. I haven't had anything.
some other changes that we're going to make elsewhere in the general fund.
Don't attack me. Attack the judge.
We want to get to a payment system that de-emphasizes the
Guys, I can't
involvement
hear.
of the court clerks. We want to automate it, make it online, make it show people how, make compliance easier. I think we make compliance easier. You're going to, just as a function of that, see revenues increase even with.
Let's do it.
The changes in operation. So for that reason, the $100,000 in court fees is an educated estimate based on that, right? So otherwise it would be reduced. But I think if we can increase the ease of compliance, we'll see better
Can
revenue.
we get this online fee going? Is it?
Yeah, we've had two demonstrations already.
And how long was that? I mean, how has this been going on the online fee? I mean, can we get this?
We
rolling?
talked to the judge the last time he was here.
Yeah,
6
when was
months
that?
ago.
6 months ago.
6 months ago.
Part of this goes to our new accounting system and making sure that these things talk to each other.
But question, do we need the judge to be here to do the online fees? Does he have to be involved with this?
Why are we okay?
We'll
Why are we okay?
we'll have a conversation about that in a minute.
It's been going on.
We're going to get there very soon.
I'm sorry, Jared. What?
We're working towards that.
My question is, Jared, you didn't answer. Do we need the judge involvement with this?
He said we're gonna talk about it in a second. Oh.
All right, from a. Yes, we do, because the judge oversees the activities of the court.
There's my point.
He's the chief administrator.
There's my point.
So from that perspective, at a certain point, yes, we would need his involvement in some form.
There's
Even
my
if it's just
point.
approving an idea that we decide to do outside of this court, that impacts how it's easy.
We're in a no-win situation with that.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but
Is there any way we can circumvent? Do we have to have him?
let's go
Okay.
to the next page.
I've been talking too much about it. I just don't like, it's just,
No,
it's
actually,
been a pet peeve of mine for a long time.
let's go to the next page. All right, so there's two views that you can view the general operating fund. One is in total by activity. The other is activity by department. To get to this conversation, let's go to the activity by department page. This one probably be your next document, starting at page
No, he's got it right there.
22.
He's got it. He printed it out, but it wasn't in the.
General fund. So this is gonna be
So here you go.
expenses.
Yep, this is your general fund, operating expenses at the top. Oh, you're on it. All right. At the top of this chart, which separates it from the other, is at the very top of the page, you see fund name, general operating. That's how you know we're in the general operating. Scroll. So there you go. Then you have the column labels, 10 city administration and finance, 16 general government, 20 municipal court, 25 public safety. In this new accounting system, those are the government, those are functional codes. For our purposes, I intend to make those functional codes departments. So you're going to have the administration and finance department, which essentially Dwayne and I, and direct staff to us. The general government, which is where you would find the city clerk, municipal court, and public safety. to go to the court, the items within 5,000 are all your payroll and salaries totals. Focus on the totals quickly. Stick with the municipal court, because that's where the conversation becomes. Is 19,538, 39.
And that's.
What that does not include are municipal court clerks.
Wait, what line, where are you?
So
Right there
I'm
on that
going,
Column.
20
the
there.
bold, column 20,
All right. Got it, thank you.
bold, 19,000, yeah, where the cursor is on.
Thank you.
But is
So
it,
that does not include funding for municipal clerks. And here's the proposal that I want to present your council with tonight, because it's going to make a big difference in the budget. We have an opportunity potentially of dual hatting, reducing, I'll put this, reducing staff resources as a cost savings measure. Combining the functions and activities of the court clerk with the functions and activities of the utility clerk. You have one clerk assigned doing both the court duties and the utility duties. In the past, there was concern about handling of money and cash payments and the other things. If we go to an online payment system, strongly encourage everybody to use it to the greatest extent possible. We're seeing a drop off already in the activities of the utility clerks based off of people on automated payments. I think we're going to be able to drive a lot of efficiencies and collections on both areas.
Do we have to get the blessing of the judge on this?
This is an area where the city council can make a policy determination of this is the path that the city is going on. I've had this conversation with the judge in the past. Shortly after joining the city, I've had it probably 2 or 3 times. When it initially came up, he was supportive of that concept, but wanted to know what procedures would be in place to handle things.
was that 4 years ago when you first brought it up?
First brought it up about 4 years ago.
Okay.
Maybe 5. It was one of the first conversations I had with him after being hired. When we went into it, there was personnel concerns, how we're going to manage a reduction in force and other things like that. Hiring people. When I brought it up again, there was a real concern about the activities of the court needing to remain separate and apart from activities of the utility because of the importance of people paying, legal consequences of payment, basically. If they don't pay, they could be given a warrant, and then it said they did pay. If those activities are being done by a utility clerk and not a court clerk that has done proper training and all these things, then there could be down the road legal implications. At the time, I said, sure. And last time I brought it up, he goes, I mean, if that's what you want to do, let's talk, right?
How long ago was that?
Didn't we just hire a second court clerk?
So it came up,
No,
it came up in that conversation. The problem was, we started cross-training on both sides of the house a little bit, saying, hey, let's have a utility clerk sit there, and that way the utility clerk could, that desk 1 day a week, that desk 2 days a week, and they can work 3 days a week in total, and vice versa.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
We've had personnel issues that were impediments to that implementation. I'm at the point now of saying, damn the torpedoes. This is the best thing for the city. I'm not going to tiptoe around this issue. If you don't like this direction, you can quit.
This is the judge?
The staff.
Oh, the staff.
The staff.
But who's in charge of the clerks? He is.
He is.
But how can you control the staff if the guy's never here?
Well, what we were trying to say is we started to cross-train and the staff didn't
Rejected
like
it.
they rejected it.
So the judge wasn't involved with that.
No,
The judge was informed of it, that we're doing it. He was open to it in the terms of, sure, your utility clerk wants to work there and they come here and work here, that's fine. Cross train them. My clerk wants to work here and work there, that's fine. But there's two clerk activities happening on the same day. They're still separate and apart. So we tried that approach. I didn't feel like firing people over it because we were going to be in a pretty tough spot if that happened, because we only had one person who knew how to run the
well,
court.
and the clerks are really the least expensive.
I have a question here. If we don't have anyone running the court, like the clerk quits, like you're alluding to, is the judge responsibility to handle that?
Yes.
So he's responsible for hiring.
They're technically holding court there. For
So-
him.
There's about 20.
I'm gonna get to where you want to go,
They operate under his authority.
but he's not here for authority. So if he's not coming in to supervise his employees,
The monkeys are running the farm.
What's that?
the monkeys are running the farm.
I've never heard it put that way.
See, you're gonna miss me.
Touche, Mayor.
Yeah, well, that's a fairly accurate consideration because there have been some sacred cows. So we let the monkeys run around because we have sacred cows. To keep animal records.
Well, and the reason we hired the second clerk is because when the one clerk was gone, then we didn't have anybody.
And with nobody and no online payments, we had no collection.
So then we hired a second clerk, but
That's
I
why I
know.
brought it up to
Why-
him a year ago.
Why are we
I'm
just
again,
addressing
last
the
time I was here.
problem, which is the job?
that's what we.
Why
need
are,
to do.
why are we doing all of this crazy stuff
We
instead
have-
of addressing the problem?
Well,
We have
so-
worked with the
Yeah.
judge some. He's had some personal difficulties, but
Then resign.
It's not just
Then
the
resign.
judge, It's the staff and then understanding the position that it put.
Leadership, again, it's about leadership.
yeah,
So that's,
we
this,
do need to.
this budget is a reflection of some leadership, if you will.
Yes.
This is the best path forward. And you're getting on the boat or getting off the boat. This is the boat, way the boat's going. And that includes, essentially, council wants to take this vote, the judge.
Judge.
Okay, so let me summarize in a real simple term. We're projected based upon whatever the circumstances are to collect somewhere around $48,000 in revenue for this year. You said there was another 15 from the other account, right?
If we were to go and buy the two accounts, we're in the
So
45 plus.
So 65, correct, $65,000. And we're paying the judge 20. We're paying the judge 20.
Yeah, 20.
20 grand, and then we have let's not counting the second clerk, let's just count the first clerk, because the other one was just hired.
There you go.
In the fiscal year, this last fiscal year, that's another 20 with bennies, right, with everything? In cost?
No benefits here.
Yeah, but with the taxes, it's close to 20 grand. So we spent $40,000 to collect 65.
Yeah, it would.
Plus the other,
Well, now we have another one, so we're basically not, and I know there's these rules that we're not allowed to say that we're positive, pay positive income on a business, but it's still there are standards. You know, this is one of these things I talk about. It's like, what does a city our size spend in a percentage standpoint for these numbers? I'm gonna tell you, I don't even have to go look anywhere. We can go and ask that question tomorrow for people in the room, and I already know the answer is this is horse pucky. You know, this is way more than it should be. And that's basically what you're getting to. It just come to a head. You
Yeah,
know, it's just-
and we have an opportunity.
Well, the new
So-
accounting lets us do online bill pay easier,
Yep.
which I understood it was I know putting it into QuickBooks was a pain in the ass. It can be done, but it's a pain in the ass.
And the other thing is, we're reshuffling the deck chairs from top to bottom. You know, or significantly, even if it's not top to bottom, significantly this year. if we're gonna do the right thing, let's do the damn right thing. You know, it's kind of the approach I was taking. And now that we have people who are cross-trained for the first time in 3.5, 4 years in the court role, if one of them feels like quitting, don't let it hit you in the ass.
Hey, I like it.
Because it's a personality issue to an extent.
Well, how often does he come in to hold court a week if we're paying him $20,000? Does anybody
Holding
know
court
how
doesn't-
often he comes in to hold court? Physically sitting there in the chair, being a judge, how many days a week? Who knows that?
Well, you
Was
could,
there
know
anything
that
in his
without
contract
having
that says
access-
we can withhold some of his pay if he doesn't come in?
His pay is set by council.
Okay, so is there some way that,
Compensation is set by council. So you can create whatever compensation structures.
and the budget is being created right now, is that what you're saying?
right?
Yeah.
But how often does he
It's
come
an
in to
interesting
hold
concept
court?
to have fun
One
with.
day a week?
But even,
So, how much is the judges paid in Bartlett? It's just the judge paid, huh?
And it's strange. I'll get you a number.
It's a convoluted number, right? I looked at it quickly and it didn't look right.
he's not.
I knew there had to be a story.
He's getting paid anything, he's getting.
Which one wants to take? I just want to make sure we. Okay,
She had a question.
okay.
Laura had a question.
No, I didn't. I had a statement is all.
That's a good statement. Go ahead.
I think you should say it.
That it's not just a matter of how often he's sitting in his chair in his office holding court.
Right.
It's a broader job. He has staff to supervise. He should be coordinating with the city in terms of plans and whatnot. He should be coordinating with the police and doing public safety issues. And I mean, it's that the job of a municipal judge is broader than just, is he sitting in his office collecting fines? He needs to be a part of our staff, and he's not. And
10-4.
Well, and even
Good
when we
point.
asked him questions about collecting on warrants and stuff like that, he was like, well, we don't have a jail. We can't put people in jail. So even when we've asked him the questions and he's been here, it seems like we don't necessarily get a good answer to address the problem.
Jail's expensive. I think we have a jail. If we needed to use a jail, but it's expensive.
Mm.
And what do you do with them? And
But
then
what does that mean? So you just quit
like,
putting
why
warrants
don't
out
we
for
have,
people's arrest?
and why don't we have a program where, like, every other, like, not every other, but where a lot of communities have it, where people have the option to work off the money that they owe if they can't pay it in cash? Why aren't they out helping
Pick up garbage.
pick up garbage or
Community
do
service.
things for the city that need to be done that we don't have people to do?
I believe, our city attorney serving in the role as prosecutor has struck deals where that's taken place. It's
Mhm.
Yeah.
not very often.
And that's what I'm saying, that the judge has to be here and be an integral part of the city's planning in order to do.
Yes, that has happened.
Those can't.
What has
I
happened?
was like, God? I had no idea anyone was on there.
No, I didn't either.
I'm on here, but yes, Jared is accurate. That has happened.
Have a workshop about the judge. Okay.
But this-
No.
The benefit of having a workshop on a budget is you get to discuss everything because it's all spaghetti. It's all touchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Way off topic.
So, but that gets to where financial resources within payroll is being allocated. Financial resources in the municipal court, what you see there is strictly the judge's computation and payroll taxes. The rest of the payroll is moved to a general government account, line 16. What line, column 16? Column 16 is where you have common services being provided outside of just one department. So, that would be, right, for example, the municipal court clerk and a municipal utility clerk being done as a singular clerk, that would be under a general government, activity instead of a administration of finance or otherwise.
That's what's reflected there.
That's what's reflected. So, and we can go into the other positions, but I thought because we're on court, it's a good place to start. And we can, if we're good on that, we can get into the other departments.
I only have one last comment to say. Do you know how much money this country has made off of the show Law and Order? Because it's law and order. Like, you can't just have half of it. You can't just have the order running around town trying to make order all on their own. You have to have the law part of it too. And it's like that bong, bong, bong sound that they do every commercial. You gotta have all of it, otherwise you'd only have half a show. And that's what we're missing. We don't have an integrated other half. And we're just trying to limp along, and I don't understand, I don't get why. I haven't, every time I feel like the question comes up, we get like this weird resistance, and then let's move on to the next page. And I don't understand, and that's because I'm new, but I just don't understand why we're just limping along and trying to like, oh, well, we'll just hire more clerks. We'll just take payments online. There's other ways to deal with this than having to deal with it. So I don't get it. What am I missing? What am I?
We're dealing with it. What we've tried to do is accommodate preferences. And
What does that mean?
Accommodating preferences in terms of the judge, he would prefer to keep the utility clerk and the court clerk's duties segregated completely. And that's a preference. The other preference is, I'm a court clerk. I don't want to sit at the front and answer phones. And I'm a utility clerk. I don't want to go back into court and handle process of those payments. And on both directions. And so what I'm kind of saying is, screw the preferences. This is going to be the right thing to do for the city. And so,
You okay with that, Mayor? You're the one who's,
Yes, I'm
okay, because you're the one here.
Online payment.
so, and it's going to be, and with the online payment, I think the duties and responsibilities are going to be more automated. The work involved is going to be reduced. We purchased, conduct, receive a letter folder. I mean, it's dumb to think about, but it would take 8 hours of staff time to fold letters in this office, and that's going to be done by a machine now. So there's a lot of things that we've automated that is going to free up a lot of time on both within the court, I believe, also within our
So how do
utility
we-
clerks. So that way we don't need the staffing levels that we're paying for anymore with these implementations. And so with that, let's combine the duties in a single person. And
Can we pull the trigger on that quick as possible?
But doesn't the judge have to be replaced on a cyclical basis, like every 2 years? I think it's joins the cycle of the mayor, that if you want to replace the judge, it's on a 2-year cycle.
I believe it's in statute that at the changeover of the mayor, the judge position can be reconsidered within a very small window, things like 90 days.
We're
or
way
something.
ahead of ourselves.
Well, it's a year away.
That's still way ahead of
But
ourselves.
like any officer in the city is subject to removal. I'm subject to removal. Ken's subject to removal.
It just has to
You
be
know?
public, like what we did with Terry.
Deanna is now subject to
That was a
removal
nightmare.
by,
There's your answer.
That's right. Just go on, it's just go the.
Well, it's not though. I mean, that's not the answer, because it's a very, very different situation than with Harry.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, you've got somebody who just completely is derelict in almost every responsibility that is on his little contract.
Well, his
Well-
responsibility is to have a municipal court, essentially. To have a municipal court, you have to have a municipal judge. Kind of like the library. We're paying a contract in order to have a library. We're paying a contract to him in order to have a court.
But if you're
If
gonna,
you, if you look, that's, I think, the lens in which to look at it for these types of services, because a judge doesn't need to be the clerk. A judge doesn't be the one, I
But
mean,
he's
he might
supposed
have
to
to sign,
supervise
he
them.
might have to sign warrants and things. Well, I wonder about the supervision aspect of it, and that's why I think I have the ability to combine these. If he did actually have to supervise the court clerks, they couldn't be done by other administrative staff, like the city administrator, then we would have a more a bigger
what does
problem.
his contract say he does?
I would have to go back and look.
Like,
at
is there a
If you
list of
look in the
duties?
ordinance, there really
It's on the
aren't that
ordinance.
many.
Yeah.
There aren't that many duties. He conducts the court, basically, is what the ordinance.
Maybe we
says.
need to revisit that, whether it's with regard to him or the next person, whenever that happens. But maybe that needs to be revisited to be something more functional than just conducts court.
Yeah.
Well, I mean. That's kind of
Because
what
what
a
do you-
judge does.
If he doesn't really have any duties, then he's not violating his contract.
Well, no,
That's
I mean,
what I'm
it is,
saying.
it's all set out under the government code. I
Okay,
mean, that's what it is. It's,
Municipal code.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, what's that?
The local government code, you're right. It
The
should be
lo-
under-
The local government code covers everything except the municipal court. The municipal court is found under the government code where all other judicial officers are found. And so the duties and the responsibilities of all judges are found in the government code.
I'll reach out to him tomorrow and let him know how upset the city council is with him.
Well, that'll do it.
Hey, then everyone send him an email.
I
Send him an
emailed
email.
him
That's
2
what I
days ago
think.
and he didn't respond.
Hmm?
I emailed him 2 days ago and he didn't respond.
In fairness, I haven't presented this to him yet because I want to make sure that council is on board with this
I'm on
approach.
board with it.
Because I've had these conversations before. He's been open to the discussion. He's never flat out said, no, I don't want this. He's been open to it. He just wanted to know how is it going to work. I think now with a mandate from council of this is our budget, this, and then I can go to him and say, this is how it's going to work. And
Perfect, I agree.
I don't see him saying flat out, no, I don't want this
I think
at
that's a good
all
approach.
on my dead body. I don't see him doing something like that. And if he does, then that's
What do
a
we like?
conversation that council can have with him. But, I think he'll be open to this when we approach it. Now, these other issues of court reports and warrants and things,
That's done.
that's something I can,
I think going what you did, I think you covered it.
all right, the payroll, let's start with the city administration and finance, salaries that you see here. The new accounting has it broken out in salaries and wages between two, teachers. 5010, 5010, and 5020. That's basically, it tells you is how much, where's my salaries and wages covered by the Texas Municipal Retirement System and where are wages that are not. Basically, is the employee full-time or not? 5010. City administration and finance includes the city administrator, and city treasurer, city council. The salary and wages for those positions being just shy of 125,000. That is a significant change from years prior. That includes a full-time city administrator funded at a level of $75,000 salary. The remainder is the city accountant and city treasurer. Prior to that, I think last year, if we use last year's numbers, the total would be $66,000. So it's adding that full-time city administrator almost doubles the total amount of spend that the city has within administrative finance. The budget did balance prior to the horrible error that Matthew brought to our attention earlier with that. now that we have a $25,000 hole, if we're going to keep a full-time city administrator budgeted, then we're going to have to find significant cuts. If we can't find those significant cuts, I don't think you can find a full-time city administrator. So that's,
Oh,
Can I ask a
I can
question?
make, oh,
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
one thing I learned in my class is there is no state requirement for a balanced budget, nor do they even define the term. So you can,
Interesting.
Yeah, that is.
I think it would be, be a poor reflection on me personally.
yeah, but just,
Will be like the federal government. What you're saying? Just print money.
I thought that was funny though, that it says, nor do they even define the term.
Well, if you don't present a balanced budget, then you're intentionally taking a debt, and debts have to be approved by the Attorney General's office, so I don't know, there's
Space there.
That's what I learned when y'all sent me to school.
but,
If we pay 70,
Money well spent.
if we pay 75,000 and then you have benefits, it brings it up to 98.
yeah, so that's where you get to the payroll, salaries and wages total. For two positions, it's $167,000 for those two positions with the benefits and you can see the health insurance costs are outrageous. They're almost, we expect them to be getting close to $12,000 per employee, almost $1,000 per employee.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah.
What happened to our discussion that we had about the difference between a city administrator and a city manager?
So that wouldn't have a lot of effect on the budget necessarily.
But when do we make that decision?
So that decision is done by vote.
Right, but then we would have to make a decision to have a vote.
It would, and you
No,
might know,
not,
I don't know if
not
the council put that on the
No,
ballot
well, hold-
themselves.
Just a minute.
It's not necessarily, you can do it one of two ways. It's either a matter of semantics. If you can call the position manager or administrator and operate under the form of government that we have now, which is different. Or you can have an election within the city to have a city manager form of government. Okay, so right now, the form of government that we have, the required positions are the city secretary, city accountant, city attorney, et cetera. We voluntarily and of our own volition choose to have a city administrator. We are not required by the local government code to have one, although the other positions we are required to have. If the city elects to have an election and the election is successful and the city adopts the city manager form of government, then the city would be statutorily required to have a city manager or city administrator. So at this point, it's a position that we are allowed to create, and we've created under ordinances, but we are not required to have under state law. And in reality, there's normally no difference at this level. You
No,
call it
that's
one,
not
call
what
it
they
the other.
said at TML. At TML today, they were describing them as two different positions. One in which the major difference was the role and responsibility of that person versus the role and responsibility of the mayor.
Yes, that's true. What Kent is alluding to is that you can have a city manager in a mayor council form of government. It is not a common semantic, it is not a common usage of the language to refer to them as such. Most times when and that's probably how they're referring to it, is when you're under a mayor council form of government, that city manager name changes to city administrator, and it signifies the form of government in that title.
Right.
But
what I'm asking isn't the semantic issue that he's discussing. What I'm asking is about the conversation that we had where we did discuss maybe this, maybe that.
So the city council, I know it can be done by ballot petition. Think of it, put it on the ballot. I'd have to look at the statute, and Kent, you might know off the top of your head, whether city council by motion can add something to the ballot. But either way, it's a ballot to an election amongst the electorate to change that form of.
Right, right, and we did discuss that. I'm just wondering what happened to the conversation? Are we gonna finish the conversation? Are we ever gonna decide formally, we want this, we don't want this?
I
Do we
think
need
we're
to?
getting off track of the budget.
I think that something we could talk about and.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take us off task of the
No,
budget
it
at all.
involves
I just meant
payroll.
it's payroll and
It's not
it's,
off track, it's involved.
and there's a mayor
personnel and
election
payroll.
next year and we're about to hire new staff.
It's probably something to explore if y'all want to explore it, but
I was just trying to follow up on that train of thought and what happened to it, because we did have.
I think Jared's argument is that the pay for either position, if you will, is structurally the same. And until we have an applicant that, you know, then we don't know where we want to go. I think that's, to your point, is it's not at that position yet of us making those decisions, because we don't know who that person's going to be.
Yeah, because if you hire a city manager, if you hold an election tomorrow and the election passes that yes, do a manager form of government. Jared, you're the city manager. I'm gonna say, great, I still can only be here one day a week part time. That's gonna be very, very difficult. But the only way that it could affect this outcome is a city manager might help in recruitment versus a city administrator. Because having that greater authority might be more attractive to a candidate than being a city administrator falling underneath a mayor. The biggest thing though is going to be the pay, and we can't pay a lot. And I've already heard that anecdotally from, you know, interested candidates on LinkedIn and others who have messaged me, direct messaged me, and asked about the position and things, and really concerned about the pay.
We can table this whole conversation, but could I just request that we at least find out the answers that I'm asking the questions for about what would the process be and how would that happen? But I don't know that we want to do it or don't want to do it, but I just think it's worthy of finishing the conversation that we opened.
The residents of a municipality may file a petition with the clerk of the municipality requesting the mayor to call a special election to determine whether the municipality shall adopt the city manager form of government. The petition must be signed by a number of qualified voters equal to at least 20% of the total number of qualified voters who voted for the mayor at the most recent municipal election.
How do you know which people voted for the mayor? Do they have to be the actual people?
Voted in the election.
Who voted for mayor? Who voted for mayor?
Oh, voted for the office of mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got it.
So it's, I think what?
It's been a long day. It's been a very long day.
70, so you're looking at maybe a petition of 35, 40.
And anybody could raise
That
the
could
issue.
change the form of government.
And it's, yeah, they petition it and it's up to the succeed election.
But are most people, they want the fortune of the thing, am I correct? On titles, I mean,
I think the impact is very, very small. And I think we're recruiting is not going to make a substantive difference. And if it did, that could be something that I would bring forward to council. At the salary levels we're hiring for, people will be probably, you know, they're not going to care about those distinctions.
Exactly.
They won't know the impacts of those distinctions quite yet. And if they do, they probably don't care.
Throughout my career, I always said, I want the fortune of the thing.
Yeah.
Well, and what we've just discovered is that we probably can't afford a full-time city manager
It's a matter of,
because what we just discovered
Because of,
in the mistake.
sales tax.
That wouldn't, again, like we did, like I suggested years ago, a part-time. Like, it's worked out.
no, you're exactly right. This was going to how I approach the budget the highest expenses, this is the most expensive way to staff the city. I try to create some savings in other places, but as a baseline to work off of, this is the most expensive. You start making the position part-time, reducing hours, obviously you're going to see those costs go down pretty substantially and pretty quickly.
Cause I will say again, I said before, you were a great choice. I'm glad I voted for you.
Because it's,
Cause it has worked well. I mean, Mayor, you know more than I do, but it'd be nice to have a full time, but if we could approach somebody with a part-time.
I mean, you cut benefits, you cut $12,000 off the top of the personnel costs right there. You start reducing hours, you're getting, you know, a pretty significant reduction in cost pretty quick.
We need a full-time person.
We-
We need a
Well,
full-time
you're
person.
Some other place in the budget that we can cut money that,
We're about to go through all of it, so.
Okay.
We'll continue.
Sticking with payroll and salaries.
Well, I wanted to say something.
Go
A
ahead.
year ago, when we had all the different development agreements that we were working on, it felt like we definitely needed a full-time city manager, but now we're not that busy.
A lot of stuff is falling through the cracks
Well,
because
we've
we
done
don't
pretty
have a
good.
full-time person.
We've done pretty good. I mean, really, to be honest with you, like, Mary, you agree, you know more than any of us. Right. The partnership with Jared and Adrian is, would
Worked
work,
really good.
it worked very well.
It may, but we may not have the same personalities that the
Right.
two of them
I
work
know, I know,
together so well.
we're extremely fortunate to have that combination, but we got this young lady here, I think she seems very confident. I have confidence in her. I mean, I think at this point in time, we don't, I've been around a long time. I mean, I want to go back to the past with Tom Forrest. We couldn't afford the guy. You know, I mean, but this system, you tell me, guys, it seems to work. We're not perfect, but this partnership deal, and it would be nice to have somebody full-time, but if we can maybe start out with this, and if we need to address it later, but I'm concerned about the budget because of the lack of, you know, our budget was changed.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep going and find out.
The other one to mention, I talked general government already, that general government salary and payroll expense figures include city clerk and the combined duties of the municipal clerks and then the assistant to the city administrator position. So there's 4 positions funded out of that space, and you'll notice that they're all part-time and saving money on benefits.
So you reduce the municipal court from 20,000 to 18,000?
The municipal, yeah, it was last year. Budget was the court fully loaded, like, you know, was $46,000. I've changed court from $46,000 down to, actually more than that, it's probably $50,000 something, down to 19.
I see 18 on line item 5020.
Yeah, 5020 municipal court, 18,000, that
Oh.
reflects the compensation of the municipal judge only. The municipal clerks, their salary expenses, where they would have been listed under municipal court 20, are now in the column.
The net
16.
number is the net number, whatever. Total payroll is total payroll. You know, I mean, we can break it up by group, but ultimately, it's this much payroll, this many man hours.
And it gives
It's
you
a budget thing.
breaking out like
That's the way
this,
it used
is where you're allocating your resources. And then the police department, that number's actually probably gonna go up a little bit. The chief alerted me to some calculation errors in patrol officer salaries. It's not going to be a very large difference, but a couple $1,000. See, change in the next revision. Might get up to like 218. So 240. That's payroll. The next area is getting to more of our contractual fees, and almost all of them come out of the general fund area. if it's helpful, we can go back to the previous chart on page 20, where you can look at the comparisons to fiscal year 24, or we can stay within the view of department by department if it's helpful.
Are you ready to talk about 5,200 on maintenance and repairs?
About to get there. So let's stay within this department. Let's keep on this. Go back to 2022. Oh. Just keep it. Alright, so this still has the city administration, government, municipal court. Going down into the series 5,100, this is a staff development, training, education, travel. You can see those resources allocated between city administration, the court, public safety. And a lot of the training travel are assuming a new city administrator, city manager coming in and need to go to some of the initial conferences that would be required for that position.
Was that always 1,000?
No.
What was it before?
Well, see, it wasn't broken up by department before. So that's where we'd have to cross-reference other chart. So total staff development budget value last year was 7,500, and total staff development value in this budget is 5,500. So we're actually cut some of the training and travel by about 2,000.
My eyeballs are stuck.
So it's 1,000 for the administrative staff, but this is not including the police. The police has 4,000 or?
The police has.
Oh, wait.
The total, yeah,
Oh, I
you
see.
break it out by between travel, training, meals. So it's 3,500 for administration. I wasn't, then. So. Unless there's any questions there, we'll skip down to 5,200 series maintenance and repairs. You can see where the different costs are incurred. This is where we start seeing most of the costs within the general government realm. So 5,200 maintenance, other repairs, no others, ground maintenance, other. We do not have any right of way and open space landscaping. This is funds to pay for, I don't know what it says, where we have buyout land that's, we have to mow the lawns on it once in a while, and mowing along the streets and things. The building maintenance, that's kind of what's happening here at City Hall. And then street improvement maintenance, that's going to filling potholes and things. That does reflect a net reduction in pothole repairs from what we've typically budgeted in the general fund. Last year in the general fund, we budgeted $22,000. This has a reduction down to $10,000. That's a reflection of a couple of things. One, we're getting some new roads. Two, we typically don't spend around the $30,000 mark, even though we budget for more, just because it's difficult to activate the repairs frequently enough. And again, trying to get cost savings to pay for staff. Frankly. Where this comes to a head is you'll often hear your constituents say the number one priority needs to be potholes. Right, and we're allocating $10,000 out of the general fund to do that, plus another, I guess, the number will have gone down, but it was $25,000 in street restricted funds. So the total spending would go from around $40,000 or more down to about $35,000. Now, with the recalculation of the sales tax issue that we just realized, that number, street road. We'll have to figure out how they're going to how we want to calculate the street and road explain. That's calculated for. That's going to be interesting. I think the 25,000 number remains the same. Potentially,
I think it's 20% of the
of the total.
revenues,
Of the
not
total
of the
revenues.
number after we pay back the prior.
Right, and so that number on the street and road budget is unadjusted from the sales tax repayment at $2,000.
No, that, yeah, that's totally different. Yeah, no, I looked that up. That's the.
So
yeah,
the,
no, no,
the,
that's totally
the
different.
total spending on street roads activities then would be a combination of $25,000 of the street restricted fund and the $10,000.
And that $10,000, I think I saw in the report earlier, we've only spent 10,000 of that, 2,000 of that line here today.
Yeah,
It's like the sales tax portion has been able to cover all of it except 2,000 so far.
that's
But we still got a couple of months.
Yeah,
a couple of rates.
and we got a caved in street over here.
And then, you said you had questions on this one.
5211. It looks like there's no money for the parks then this year, and we're gonna rely completely on the park mobile money.
That's exactly right. So as I mentioned, the park mobile money over the course of the last 12 months, using the data, I'll have to figure out where $2,000 went, is $32,000 over the course of the year. I'm in the budget and restricted accounts. We're budgeting for $30,000 in revenue. And that's going to cover the contract costs of landscaping and cleaning to the tune of $26,000 in the budget, with about $4,000 remaining for other incremental
Porta
maintenance
potties,
activities. For potties.
water bill.
Yeah, but we'll start paying parking at Skulls. There'll be additional.
Well, actually, this is where there's a difference in the chart of accounts, because right now in our chart of accounts, it assumes a parks department. The city doesn't have a parks department. I'm viewing all the parks expenses as contract service fees under a general governing thing. So those will still be covered for the park, but it won't be allocated out of that parks.
Cause it's over in the special revenue
It's-
now,
Well,
will be.
there's special revenue generated and the expense is out of special revenue. You want to go there. I don't know what number it is,
What page it is?
what page it is. But the only thing budgeted in the special revenue category is a parks landscaping and cleaning. And that's only the contract. All the other activities would come out of the general government utility payment. So we're not going to split the utility between, I paid a water meter in Guardiola and a water meter in Allen Bates and a water meter here at City Hall. We paid for 3 water meters and it's all being allocated to the general government. So we're losing some fidelity in the accounting by that function activity, but we're simplifying our accounts in a lot of ways by going, if it's a multi-departmental, it's now in general government. Well, because when you look at the accounts, when you're doing, otherwise you're creating, potentially it's artificial split in some respects of, I'm going to take a little bit of this and put it over here, a little bit of this, put it over here. If we get a single bill from Blue Bonnet and it's $2,000 a month.
So how have you been handling that?
Well, the water bill, I mean, there's a specific meter and bill that comes for the one in the park. Are there 2? Okay. And then there's, Blue Bonnet.
You break it down by account. I have 2 meters.
I think there's a meter at the park at Allen Bates.
Yep.
That I
What
charge
gets-
there.
What gets weird is if we start having a parks department, you're going to have repeating chart of account items. You're going to have a payroll associated with parks. You're going to have staff development and training allocated to parks. You're going to have,
Just because you have a utility bill doesn't mean you have,
It's just a matter of how we want to break out these functions. So if the city council wants to maintain costs, and your budgeting system, your accounting system should give you the insights that you're looking to get out of it. So if the city council would have a benefit of seeing costs discreetly allocated to the parks activities, not just the contracted services of landscaping, cleaning, but an accounting of, the utility costs as well, and any payroll costs, we could easily do.
There's $34 in electricity going to parks each month. And
Is that worth?
But it's more than just that, because you've got the water. you've
Oh,
got the
I can look up
garbage,
water,
you've
too.
got the porta potty, and you've
Then
got.
we're
all
budgeting
those-
out hundreds of dollars.
Are those all considered utilities then that we would pay out of the utility fund? Because you really only got $4,000 left over of the estimated 30,000. You're spending 26,000 on the maintenance. And so you've only really got $4,000 a year left over for very minimal improvements on the parks, where we're gonna have to rely on grants or volunteer work, because you're taking the lion's share of the park mobile money to pay for the $2,000 a month maintenance. And that's 24,000. I thought it was 24. Now you say it's 26, but now we've only got $4,000 a year for basically nothing. I mean, we can't hardly buy anything with $4,000 a year.
Can I clarify with you? So what's our end of year projections on the Park Mobile now? We've collected 26 through June. It's through June, right? 20,
I thought
it's
22.
through June. No, you showed us a report at the beginning of the day.
22.
about 3 and
22 plus 8, I think it was 30 then.
So 30, and we still have,
9 months.
we still have a couple more months left. So we're talking about, we're gonna have an end of year collection in that account, somewhere in the low 30s. I think we'd be conservatively say. And so you're starting with 32, okay? And you're gonna still be collecting for the next whole year. So you're starting with this number up here,
And we still gotta add.
okay? And you're assuming dwindling, and of course it will, just like we do with the collection of the money from property tax, we're gonna get no money here in the winter months and have expenses. It will dwindle down. And then come the spring and the summer, the opposite will happen.
But now we've added on the possibility of a soccer field or a Skull Bridge, and we don't have a bathroom.
Skull Bridge is
now.
not a park.
On a park, it is gonna be.
It's not
be paid
a park.
It's gonna be additional funds.
It's not a park.
It's not a park.
Yeah.
not a
we're
park.
gonna get Park Mobile with additional funds.
It's not park.
It's not a park.
I didn't say it. Additional funds from Park Mobile.
But that money is not going to the parks.
No, the
because
money in
it's not
Skull
a
will not
park.
go to the parks.
It's not going to the parks because.
The way
it's
it's
not
set
a
up right
park.
now, it's not.
And so I don't want the parks to always be primitive as they are. We have no restrooms, we have no water fountains, we have nothing. Are we just gonna continue to have ADA uncompliant bathroom? Are we always gonna not have a water fountain? Are we always just gonna have it look the way it is? Because the city isn't gonna give any more money because we're totally relying on the park mobile money. I don't see us.
We just
making-
lost $50,000 a year for the next 2 years, Sam.
He said it was 30 or.
No, sales tax. We've lost $50,000 for the next 2 years. We have to get through the next 2 years, my
Well,
friend.
then we better.
And I agree with you.
To a
Write
lot.
up a plan, work with the Parks Department, write up a plan of what improvements you want and work on the grants, and then we'll start setting aside money for improvement. I am all for that. I'm just telling you, right now, we got to get through the next 2 years, my friend, because we're down $50,000 a year for the next 2 years. That's a fact. So we have the money. If we hadn't done the Park Mobile,
Oh, yeah,
we'd be,
yeah.
oh my goodness gracious.
That's the best thing we've done.
I mean,
You have trash all over those parks.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what? We've only had parks for 5 years. I think we've done great.
So
We've had the park since 2007. We
Well,
installed
I'm talking
that
about
playground
phase
equipment
one.
in
I'm talking about
2000.
phase one and Park Mobile.
but we can go over that forever. I completely understand. I'm with you on this, okay? I'm not against you. I'm totally with you. I'm just trying to say, right now, we have a 2-year window where we gotta suck it up, pull the belts tight, get us through here. That's what we need to do. Once we get rid of the sales tax thing, that's, now we don't get the 50 back. Okay, we're still, hopefully we got better development, and these, DeWett's takes off, and they are improving. It's $400 a month in sales tax. It's getting there. Let it go. Maury does this work with the guys and gets more
Once they
revenue
get
going, gets more revenue in it. That's a positive for the city in a small incremental way. But in 2 years, we'll only be down $2,000 a month. You know what I mean? So right now, we're toast.
For the state comptroller money.
Yeah, for the sales tax difference, yes.
The other option.
Oh, there's always another option with you.
Okay, I'll move
Is-
on and
is-
give this
I know
with
it's-
some
it's
thought.
a-
Let's
it's
just
a-
move on. It's late. I'll give it some thought. of
It's a
what you
zero
said.
interest loan, but at some point, the principal payments become painful enough, you just get rid of the loan. The other option is the city just pays off, because we do have $1 million in cash, which we didn't have 5 years ago. We just pay the sucker off, and you have that $50,000 operationally to spend on things like the parks, staffing, or.
We've got an
whatever.
interest-free loan, it's not,
We have an interest-free loan and we're collecting 5%.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
I'm okay with that.
I feel you. I think it's a great idea. I agree.
That's a great idea. It's an option.
I just suck it up, Buttercup.
I agree with you, Mr. McGovern.
Suck it up, Buttercup. This gives you a window here, Sam, to write. You have a 2-year plan. Make a plan. Let's get this grant. With our grant monies for the park. The parks are the easiest thing for us to get grants from. That is the easiest one. Of all the things that we can get money for, that is the easiest thing for us to get grant money
We have
for.
the personnel to write the grants in time and submit the paperwork, but we have failed recently on many grants because we have not submitted it in time because of the.
I think we're
lack
doing
of
pretty
personnel.
good on grants. I think we've done well.
Yo,
Yeah.
could we just keep
Yeah,
going?
let's keep
Let's
going.
go.
We're
It's
all-
late. Let's just go.
Well,
I'll pass over that for now.
You guys want to
Dude.
meet next week?
that's probably good.
Yeah, we have to be back. We have to leave.
We've
In
been
the
out
morning.
till 6 a.m. We
Yeah.
left at 6 a.m.
Yeah, we have to leave again in the morning at
Dinner.
6:15.
Everything, this is lunch. We have to be back on the road at 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah. You know, wrap it
Yeah,
up.
it's time to wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
I'm
Make a
gonna
motion.
dead. Yeah.
I motion that I'm done.
No.
I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, Adrian's on overtime.
Killing me.
We gotta be in San Antonio.
Motion that,
Well-
I motion whatever you just said. I motion that we have a special meeting next week.
Can I
You
just
need to do
ask one thing though, because we do have some participants from the library and I think they've been sitting here waiting to.
Well, I
hear
had
about-
people wait about we're gonna probably table the short-term.
This is not the last.
I know, but I'm considering you're sitting here and just,
Well, my
is it in
people
the
were sitting
budget?
there too. We just-
That's
we did-
all I want to know. Is the library in the budget for
It's-
next year?
It's
That's
in the
all.
budget right now.
Okay, then that's all I
Can we have a
want them to
second?
know.
We already
Yes,
said
we
that.
have a motion on the table. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Second it.
Everyone second.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor, please, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, so we do have 2 more things on the,
You know what?
adjourn? Was that the adjourn?
No, that was.
no, that was today,
Okay.
to stop talking about the budget.
That was-
And so we have 2 more things on the agenda. Do I have a motion to table those until the
Yeah, the
next?
NCR, however.
City council's
I would like
right.
to put it on
Understood the
next
motion.
council meeting.
Yes,
Oh, we're supposed to postpone, not,
postpone.
yeah,
Okay.
postpone until the next meeting or whatever,
Postpone.
not table. Table means you're coming back to it tonight.
Got it.
Okay, so
Postpone.
we're gonna postpone the budget until next week. We'll call a special meeting for next Thursday.
And the,
And then we'll, is there a motion to postpone 3.3 and 3.4?
I'll
Two
make,
different ordinances.
I'll make a motion. We postpone 3.3 and 3.4 till next week's special,
Okay.
special meeting, special council meeting.
Oh, next week's special
Are
one?
we gonna, can we do it next week?
Yeah, we could do it next week.
No, you don't wanna do it?
Cold, can't you just get the?
Okay, then I make a motion, I amend my motion.
Yep, well done, well
To
done.
postpone 3.3 and 3.4 to the next regularly scheduled.
Which would be August 1st.
August 1st, yes.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sam, where are you at on these?
I said aye.
Oh, okay. Okay, now can I have a motion to adjourn?